Council for a purpose.
We have to use the past to not becoming our children's future.
Thank you very much. I am honored to be here, and I want to thank President Havel for convening another extraordinary gathering of Forum 2000.
So those people, they are please think more seriously, and we should develop new ideas, and then important is implementation.
Dámy a pánové, vážení přítomní, já vás co nejsrdečněji vítám na konferenci Forum 2000.
The world is upside down. How should we put it back together? Are we able to act responsibly? Can we work together, play by the rules, and restore solidarity? Let's use this crisis as an opportunity. A new world emerging? Watch the online Forum 2000 conference, October 12th to 14th.
Dear friends, welcome to the 24th Forum 2000 conference, online conference. As you can all witness, due to the COVID-19 pandemic, we had to completely redo our annual gathering and take it virtual. What has happened to us at the Forum 2000 is only a small sample of what is happening everywhere. As one of our program council colleagues rightly put it, the world is upside down. And we now face important, difficult, but also exciting choices. Will the COVID pandemic only deepen humanity's existing problems, create new divisions, and wipe out much of the progress that the humankind has made in the last decades of a largely peaceful development? Or can we turn this crisis into a huge opportunity that will bring us together and teach us that only through responsible governance and mutual cooperation are we able to successfully face the mounting challenges that our planet is facing? To frame these choices and the opportunity that we have titled the conference A New World Emerging, Restoring Responsibility and Solidarity. During the coming 3 days, we will discuss the perspectives of freedom and democracy in the post-COVID era, the framed global order, the emerging economic, environmental, and technological challenges. We will also look more closely at the two continents where we believe much of our future will be shaped, Asia and Africa. But we will also focus on situations that are not directly related to coronavirus pandemic, but nonetheless deserve our attention or are even a cause for concern. The developments in Belarus, the dire human rights situation in China, or the continuing rise of populism across the democratic world. To participate in our discussions, we invite you to post questions or comments via Slido, and our panelists will try to answer as many of them as they can. This gathering would not be possible without an effort and support of many people and organizations. Therefore, I would like to thank our funding, content, and media partners, whose logos you will see in the video stream during the whole conference. And I would especially like to thank my colleagues at the Forum 2000, the Program Council, the Board of Directors, and all the fantastic members of our staff who have made this virtual undertaking possible. Thank you all for the hard work, your creativity, and the resilient spirit. I hope you will all enjoy this year's extraordinary Forum 2000. Now please let me introduce our first dear online guest, former Prime Minister of Slovakia and member of the International Advisory Board of the Forum 2000 Foundation, Ms. Iveta Radičová. She will introduce our opening speakers. Welcome, Iveta. The floor is yours.
Thank you very, very much. First time on, but everything has to be sometimes first time in the life. If you do not mind, first of all, brief answer to the topic we would like to discuss. And I think that restoring responsibility and solidarity, for me, is restoring happiness. and in main two dimensions: usefulness as an economic concept and human dignity as a social science concept. Socioeconomic inequalities are growing and are becoming unsustainable. The greatest challenge, therefore, is to combat inequalities that citizens experience in law enforcement and in their socio-economic status. In addition to socio-economic problems and blocked social mobility, the risks associated with climate change and the environment are increasing. The inability of political leaders to find binding collective solutions to global problems reinforces the shift towards state centralist policies with a tendency to take over control. So after a period of globalization, we are moving into a period of diversity. Geopolitical and geo-economic tensions pose the strongest global threats. The problem of finding solutions to issues like environmental protection, uncontrolled migration, or ethical challenges of the fourth industrial revolution, as well as data fraud, cyber attacks, false reports, identity disposal, loss of privacy, government and corporate access to personal data, and last but not least, economic slowdown and global debt generate new social upheaval of today. And I see two major conflicts. One conflict between highly globalized economy and social cohesion on another side. There are two types of discrepancy: identity discrepancy and income discrepancy. Populists draw on both of these contradictions and point to the offender, who are then easy targets of people's anger. Another conflict, and I would like to mention, is a discrepancy between power and politics. This conflict or discrepancy makes it impossible to exercise the right of equality before the law, since there is a contradiction between the ability to do something and the capability to decide what to do. The right to set dividing line between legal and illegal, permitted and prohibited, legal and criminal, tolerated and intolerated are core issues in power struggles. Therefore, uncertainty, helplessness, hopelessness, and anger result in the rise of anger politicians who are giving way to the wrath of excluded citizens. So, returning to universal values of democracy, that is human dignity, freedom, equality, and solidarity, should be guaranteed by politics and democratic institutions. I think that we are all faced with a challenge of resolving problems within global world and also EU, and also together with national level. Refugees are from being our only issue. We will have to solve difficult economic problems like surviving growth model, which needs a fundamental change, a restart, several social problems, employment, landmines in the sphere of education, healthcare, and pensions. And we are also confronted with three major challenges: work and corresponding income, unfair social disparities, and accumulation of wealth by small group of players, and ultimately a massive scope of corruption in some regions. And mainly, and especially nowadays, under the attack of pandemia, to take care on basic value, and it's the life. So the basis of human dignity requires a great deal of tolerance and protection of the human rights of the others and the vulnerable ones. The second pillar of human dignity is to make a living and earn a decent income. Thus, for our everyday reality, the key solution is to revive the concept of human dignity. And I hope all our discussions will lead to concrete examples, solutions, offers, and together with possible offer to the citizen. So it's a pleasure for me to open the panel of three really distinguished speakers. First of all, the President Ing-wen Tsai, Republic of China, Taiwan. Tsai Ing-wen is the first female head of state in Taiwan's history. She was successfully re-elected in the nation's 15th term presidential elections in 2020. Dr. Tsai serves also as the chairperson of the Democratic Progressive Party, which she joined in 2004. She also held the position of vice premier and chairperson of Democratic Progressive Party. Prior to that, Dr. Tsai served as the chairperson of the Mainland Affairs Council, senior advisor of the National Security Council, and senior advisor to the Mainland Affairs Council. Previously, she also worked as a university professor, graduated from National Taiwan University with a Bachelor of Laws degree, obtained a Master of Laws degree from Cornell University Law School, and PhD in law from the London School of Economics and Politics Science. Our speaker is the President of the Senate Parliament of the Czech Republic, Mr. Miloš Vystrčil. Miloš Vystrčil has been the President of the Senate of the Parliament of the Czech Republic since February 2020 and a senator since 2010. He has held several positions in the Senate, including the chair of the Committee on Agenda and Procedure and a member of the Standing Senate Commission of the Constitution and Parliamentary Procedures. In addition, he is also a faculty member at the College of Polytechnics in Jihlava, has experience in politics on regional and municipal level as the governor of the Vysočina region and the mayor of Telč. Miloš Vystrčil graduated from the Faculty of Science of Masaryk University in Brno, majoring in mathematics and physics. Last but not least, is one of our best experts in social sciences, Timothy Garton Ash, historian and author from United Kingdom. Timothy Garton Ash is a professor of European Studies at the University of Oxford, the Isaac Berlin Professional Fellow at St. Anthony's College in Oxford, and a Senior Fellow of the Hoover Institution, Stanford University. He is the author of 10 books of contemporary history and political writing, including most recently a new edition of The Magic Lantern, The Revolution of '89, witnessed in Warsaw, Budapest, Berlin, and Prague, with a new chapter about the last 30 years. He also writes a widely syndicated column on international affairs in Guardian, and last but not least, very good friend and colleague. So welcome all three speakers, and I would like to open this panel.
President of the Senate of the Czech Republic, Miloš Vystrčil. Executive Director of the Forum 2000 Foundation, Mr. Jakub Kapal. Distinguished guests, democracy advocates, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is my pleasure to join you all at the 24th Forum 2000 conference. This is my first time taking part in Forum 2000 as President of Taiwan. I would first like to thank Forum 2000's Executive Director, Jakub Kapal, and his team for their dedication to facilitating international cooperation among democracies and for their consistent support for Taiwan. I treasure and appreciate your friendship. I also want to thank Senate President Vistasel again for weathering incredible pressure and for visiting Taiwan last month. A lot has happened this year, and all these events will make 2020 the year that the world faced one of the greatest challenges in human history. That challenge is COVID-19 pandemic. And during this pandemic, one of the most critical issues we must resolve has been how to safeguard our democratic system and way of life. This is what makes this gathering of Forum 2000 so important. Through modern technology and video conferencing, we can discuss critical topics such as post-pandemic era, new world order, and how we can restore responsibility, maintain good governance, and solidarity. This year, countries around the world committed tremendous resources and capabilities to combating the pandemic and preventing an economic downturn. On the other hand, taking advantage of our preoccupation, certain regimes use technology to monitor the movements of their people, control pandemic prevention materials, and limit the freedom of information and expression. We have seen how expansionism encroaches on the rules-based international order, encourages border conflicts, and disregards freedom and human rights. The situation in Hong Kong serves as an unfortunate example. This also means Taiwan now stands at the forefront of safeguarding democracy. To accomplish this important task, Taiwan needs support and collaboration from democracies around the world, such as the Czech Republic. Taiwan and Czech Republic are partners with shared values. We believe in freedom, equality, transparency, human rights, and good governance. We also share a similar political history in which our brave and resilient people fought the atrocities of authoritarianism. We also have courageous predecessors whose desire for democracy and justice inspired future generations. So this makes my participation in this conference very special to me. Forum 2000 was founded by former President Václav Havel in 1996. It is my understanding that Forum 2000 has been assisting in the development of civil society, encouraging religious, culture, and ethnic tolerance, and providing a platform for global leaders, thinkers, and courageous individuals to openly discuss and debate important issues related to democracy. Taiwan has sent representatives and participants to this important gathering in past years, and this also symbolizes the important partnership between Taiwan and the Czech Republic. Last year, the Czech Republic commemorated the 30th anniversary of the Velvet Revolution, where former President Havel played an important role in inspiring popular support for democratization. Years later, former President Havel visited Taiwan and shared his inspiring story with our people. He also met with Chen Ju, a democracy advocate and now our Control Yan president, when she visited the Czech Republic. President Chen Ju shared her journey as a democracy advocate in Taiwan under martial law with President Havel. The meeting was quite moving, as President Chang and former President Havel both made great personal sacrifices to champion democracy and freedom in their respective countries. More importantly, President Havel's support for Taiwan still resonates with our people today. The partnership and friendship between Taiwan and Czech Republic continues to this day. This year, the Czech Republic's Senate President, Milos Vystrčil, led a delegation of 89 people to Taiwan. Mr. Vystrčil became the first head of parliament to address Taiwan's legislative yuan. His declaration in Mandarin Chinese that he is Taiwanese not only moved the Taiwanese people, it also encouraged us to face up to the intimidation and challenges from the Chinese Communist Party regimes across the strait. I want to take this opportunity to express my gratitude to the Czech delegation once again. Their visit showed us that Taiwan is never alone. Our confidence is bolstered by our democratic partners as we march towards a collaborative future. And it is because of our shared values that the partnership between Taiwan and the Czech Republic will only grow stronger. Democracy and freedom also serve as the basis for our economic prosperity. Our economic collaboration has spanned more than 2 decades. Taiwan is the 4th largest investor in Czech Republic, investing more than the People's Republic of China. The Czech Republic's technological capabilities and investment environment are very appealing to many Taiwanese companies. Companies such as Foxconn, ASUS, and Acer all have factories in the Czech Republic. There are also many examples of Taiwan-Czech Republic collaboration in overseas markets, making Taiwan-Czech Republic partnership an imperative part of world's effort to restructure supply chains. Taiwan and Czech Republic signed 3 MOUs during President Vystrčil's visit. We are also seeking further collaboration in AI, communications, telecommunications, and medical services. In light of this, I believe the cooperation between Taiwan and Czech Republic can only achieve mutually beneficial results. Starting next year, we will also provide 50 scholarships to encourage Czech students to come to Taiwan on exchange. I hope that with these educational exchanges, we can facilitate even more mutual understanding and create an even more cooperative future. Lastly, I hope that after the pandemic has receded, you can all visit Taiwan. You will see a beautiful democratic country with magical scenery, friendly people, and of course, tasty food. It is my sincere belief that countries with shared values need to work together to safeguard what we have, our way of life, and how we operate. To conclude, I wish this year's Forum 2000 great success. I believe that only through working together and helping each other, we may achieve our goal of safeguarding and furthering democracy and freedom. Thank you again for the invitation. Thank you.
Vážené dámy, vážení pánové, na úvod bych chtěl především poděkovat za možnost na konferenci Fórum 2000 vystoupit. Je to pro mě velká čest. Zároveň se vám hned na začátku přiznávám, že jsem s výkonem role předsedy Českého senátu, kterou nyní zastávám, ještě nedávno vůbec nepočítal. Navíc osud tomu chtěl, abych i hned na počátku musel řešit složité otázky a učinit zásadní rozhodnutí. Díky tomu jsem zase trochu více zašedivěl a hlavně takřka pouze za několik měsíců získal mnoho dalších zkušeností a kromě jiného i z oblasti společenské a politické odpovědnosti a solidarity. Cítím se za to velmi vděčný a snažím se vše další, co nyní přichází, přijímat s velkou pokorou. Jsem přesvědčen, že pokud chceme na letošním Fóru 2000 hovořit o obnovení odpovědnosti a solidarity, měli bychom hovořit zejména o nutnosti boje proti populismu, politickému populismu. Osobně totiž považuji právě postupný nárůst populismu za jeden ze současných největších v podstatě celosvětových problémů. Považuji totiž za populistické a nemravné, pokud je zejména politiky dnes stále častěji lidem sdělováno, že člověk se může mít dobře, že člověk může vše zvládnout a se vším se vyrovnat, aniž by bylo nutné se o to odpovídajícím způsobem zasloužit. Považuji totiž za populistické a nemravné, pokud je zejména politiky dnes stále častěji sdělováno, že člověk se může mít dobře, že člověk může vše zvládnout a se vším se vyrovnat, aniž by bylo nutné poctivě pracovat a být slušný a šetrný. Aniž by bylo nutné překonávat překážky a například počítat téměř najisto s tím, že v životě nutně přichází a přijdou i chvíle nebo dokonce období, která jsou namáhavá, těžká, nepříjemná, leckdy až bolestná. Aniž by tedy bylo jinými slovy řečeno nutné být odpovědný a solidární. V tomto smyslu to je právě populismus, politický populismus, který postupně zabíjí pravdu, odpovědnost a solidaritu a následně i svobodu a demokracii. Byl to papež Jan Pavel II., který řekl, svobodu nelze jenom mít, nelze ji jenom užívat. Je potřeba ji stále nabývat a vytvářet ji pravdou. Byla to prezidentka Čínské republiky, Tchaj-wanu, Tsai Ing-wen, která na svůj Twitter 1. září roku 2020 napsala: dokud budeme hájit naše společné hodnoty, učiníme spolu naše národy silnější. Na závěr tedy již pouze připomínám, že není ničím jiným než pravdou, že v poslední době více než dříve populisticky upřednostňujeme a prohlubujeme, často s naivní vidinou zisků nebo zdánlivě výhodných investic, nezdravou závislost na nedemokratických zemích a že je třeba se vydat opačnou cestou. Na závěr tedy již jen připomínám, že není ničím jiným než pravdou, že základem dlouhodobé prosperity je zodpovědná svoboda, solidarita a demokracie. To jsou hodnoty, které musíme rozvíjet, obnovovat a podporovat a o které musíme pečovat nejen ve svých rodných zemích, nýbrž i mimo ně. A že nejlepším způsobem, jak toho dosáhnout, je, když ke slovům přidáváme také činy. Neboť, jak říkám, právě činy jsou nejlepší slova. Jsem hrdý na to, že současný český senát může být v duchu vyřčeného pro ostatní inspirací a snad i vzorem. Děkuji vám za pozornost, mějte se pěkně.
Hello. It's a great pleasure to be with you virtually in Prague for another Forum 2000. I've been thinking a lot in recent weeks about my many conversations with Václav Havel as I look at the extraordinarily impressive civil resistance, always peaceful in Belarus, the equally impressive protest movements in Hong Kong, and against that, the very dark times we face with the COVID-19 pandemic and a rising increasingly authoritarian, if not totalitarian, superpower in China. To face these challenges, we need four things: truth, solidarity, strategy, and responsibility. Very briefly on each of those four. It is more essential than ever, as Havel always argued, in such times, that we seek the truth, find the truth, and tell the truth. If someone like Alexei Navalny was poisoned with an agent only available to the highest parts of Vladimir Putin's regime, we must speak that truth. If the camps for the Uyghurs in Xinjiang are, as they are, a kind of new gulag, we must speak that truth. We need free, independent universities, and, as I've argued in my book on free speech, uncensored, diverse, trustworthy media, and those are under attack even in the oldest democracies in the world. Secondly, solidarity. I remember Václav Havel saying to me in the early 1980s, when he'd just come out of prison, that there was a kind of apartheid. I wrote the word down in my notebooks. When Western politicians came to visit Prague, they would never visit people like him. That's why I'm so impressed by the action of the president of the Czech Senate in Taiwan, why I so much welcome Angela Merkel's visit to Alexei Navalny in the Charité Hospital in Berlin, why it's so important that Svetlana Tikhonovskaya and other leaders of the Belarusian opposition are met and recognized. Solidarity. Thirdly, strategy. Truth and solidarity in themselves are not enough. Precisely in dark times where the moment of liberation or breakthrough is not so clear, we need the long-term strategy, how to get from here to where we want to be in the light of our values. And it's not so difficult where you're on the verge of a 1989. It's when you're just off the back of a 1968 after the Soviet invasion of Czechoslovakia. That's the moment when you really need to have the long-term strategy. And that's what we need again today. And finally, responsibility. During the Cold War in the 1970s and 1980s, we were all aware of our responsibility to save the whole world from a nuclear conflagration. But now the challenges on all of humankind, the collective challenges in the Anthropocene age are of a different dimension. Not just the threat of nuclear war, but the numerous ways in which human beings are now threatening the future of the planet, notably through human-created climate change. And of course, pandemics like the one we are currently experiencing, an interconnected global economy and internet, which brings great dangers as well as opportunities, so that even as we have a fierce ideological competition with the communist regime in China, with Vladimir Putin's regime in Russia, with other anti-liberal, non-democratic regimes, we still have to work together in a kind of competitive coexistence for the future of the planet. So we are once again in dark, difficult, daunting times. But if we have these four, truth, solidarity, strategy, and responsibility, there will be brighter times ahead.
Thank you, Madam President Tsai, Madam Prime Minister Radichova, Mr. President Visterchil and Professor Ash. Thank you for those wise words. And it is now my big pleasure to welcome another dear guest and moderator of the opening panel of the Forum 2000 conference this year, Mr. Šimon Pánek. Šimon, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Jakub. Good afternoon. And since I am enough far from most of you, I can take this off, which will hopefully make the things a little bit easier. Good afternoon, good morning, depends where you are. It's my honor to be part of the forum for years and to moderate this opening panel. We have the panel should explore the question if the COVID situation, if unprecedented experience and struggle against the virus, which share basically all states and governments and all societies around the globe, if this experience or what we can expect in the future. It's probably a little bit too early, but still it's an interesting question, and from very optimistic expectations, and one of them is that usually when the crisis comes, the people get together, they improve their solidarity, they are closer and more open to each other. But on the other hand, the crisis can be a good opportunity for the authoritarians, for those who play more inward looking, who are trying to close their countries or societies, maybe not physically but mentally, who play the identity or nationalistic tone. So let's see. At our panel we have three people. Farida Nabourema, Executive Director of Togolese Civil Society League, lady which started as a teenager to fight for human rights and democracy, and she still continues. And I think we will hear the voice from practitioner, the voice from the field, the voice from developing world. We have a Larry Diamond, senior fellow at Stanford University and the co-founder of the Journal of Democracy, one of the doyens of the sector, the thinker, academic, and also quite active person in concrete cases of the human rights struggle. And we have Anthony Giddens, sociologist, politician, member of the House of Lords in the United Kingdom. If you see the composition of the panel, is very nice because we have someone from the practical life and difficult situation. We have someone from US, at least until some time ago, the place which was always very supportive for democracy and human rights. And we have a thinker and politician from practical part of the life. I would like to ask you a few questions. We don't have opening speeches. Our panel is short, and I would like to ask you to be as short as possible. It will be great if you will comment each other, if you will disagree, if you add something, please feel free to go to that. Anthony, it's really something new what's happening now during the virus crisis, or is it more visible than before, clearer and possibly deeper the tendencies which were here even quite long before the COVID came, raising nationalism, individualism, and egoism in international politics, especially kind of partial crisis of international solidarity and international architecture. Could you comment about what the COVID, which type of optics we can have now on these things? The floor is yours, Anthony.
Yes, and let me say what a pleasure and privilege it is to share this panel with two such distinguished colleagues. I first spoke in Forum 2000 in the year 2000, and I'd also like to play a very brief tribute to Václav Havel, who I had a range of conversations with at that time. I think when you look at the current world and the state of the current disruptions, it's not right to say that the pandemic suddenly came along and here we have to respond to the pandemic. Rather, this pandemic has to be seen as very different from previous ones. In the House of Lords, I spoke frequently on Ebola. This is very, very different. And let me quickly say why and why I think it's crucial to this question. First of all, the speed of the spread has no precedent. It spread so quickly around the world. Why? Because of digital interconnection. Digital interconnection is not just social media. It is constitutive. It is changing economic connections around the world. So it's a fundamental mistake to me to see globalization as primarily economic. It's mainly a matter of direct communication. And we haven't lived in a world like this before. Second, really important, our response has been preemptive in a way that simply was not possible before the digital age. And therefore, our response has been very different, for example, to that a century ago in 1918. What are we doing today? Well, my picture has failed, but we're in connection with one another. We are keeping the conference going, and this is happening in many sectors of the economy and many countries of the world, including less developed parts of the world. And this, to date, has been effective because if you generalize the death rates in the 1918 pandemic, many millions of people would have died by now. So this preemptive response has had positive consequences, but very difficult ones too. And finally, in this introduction, all this is happening. This pandemic is embedded in a period of dazzling change, which I think no one has ever quite lived through before. And I think actually one of the reasons people turn to demagogic leaders is because they want leadership in a world which is changing around them where you can't really see the origins of that change. So very quickly, there are three factors in which all this is embedded. One is the digital revolution. The second, everyone talking about it, exploring it, huge geopolitical shift, perhaps the coming of the Asian century and the relative decline of American power. We know all the debates about that. But third, I must insist, also the impact of climate change. Climate change used to seem a fairly remote issue. It is now, it is in the here and now. The time space for dealing with climate change is now very limited, and the impact is visible. One of our contributors comes from Stanford in California. I spent a lot of time in California. The fires there have been apocalyptic. So this is a package of change, which is the backdrop to and which has shaped the pandemic. And it's those things we have to chart a way through now. I feel very strongly that it's not a list that was given by the chair of just nationalism and individual egoism. It's a big mixture. You have far more collaboration in this world than we ever had before. Therefore, we have far more chance of getting a vaccine quickly than we ever did before, notwithstanding divisions between China and the US and the rest of it, because we've got like a global collaboration of the scientific community, because we've got AI on the front line. The Chinese researchers decoded the genetic composition of coronavirus within 2 weeks, and they did, in fact, after a short hiatus, distribute it to the rest of the world. So I very much feel this is a high opportunity, high risk society, not a society which is simply divided, not a society which is simply falling apart. And the pandemic has to be situated against this backdrop. And yes, we can respond positively. Yes, there are many positive transformations going on.
Yeah, thank you very much. Tony, Farida, sometimes crisis, political, in business, or even in the private lives, play catalyzing effect, and a new energy appears once the crisis is over. Do you see any new energy or hope for new energy, new initiatives, this catalyzing effect around yourself? Farida, floor is yours.
Thank you very much for your question. What I will say to respond to your question is that we cannot really tell for sure what is going to look like, especially for countries like mine that are governed by authoritarian regimes. The pandemic has actually given governments like mine, which is ruled by the oldest autocracy in Africa. The pandemic has given governments much more control over citizens. The new laws and regulations that were put into place to kind of like help curtail the pandemic are actually helping the government clamp down on civil rights. People no longer have the right to the freedom of association. The government is also infringing on people's by claiming that they are doing it to ensure security and be able to monitor the progress of the pandemic. Artificial intelligence is being used to kind of like track citizens' movement. So in countries like mine, we are worried that this pandemic will actually take us in the darkest days of our authoritarianism, because we managed to get to a point where a few years ago we had a little bit more freedom in terms of organizing communities, protesting and speaking up for against governments. But now, in addition to the government having laws that restrict civil rights, they are also infringing on citizens' privacies and civil liberties. So I cannot guarantee that the future is going to be great. However, one thing that I know for sure is that people are aware that the pandemic is actually being used by certain governments as an excuse to refuse to kind of like be held accountable for some of their actions, and to also go as far as preventing citizens from saying to demand accountability from the government.
Yes, thank you. Indeed, I think we are witnessing a lot of attempts, usually in a not, let's say, fully functioning democracies, to basically tighten the pressure on the civil society, to silence the questions, to control media. These attempts are even visible in the democratic countries, but if it's fully functioning, it's difficult or impossible. But in a lot of authoritarian countries with less or more degree of authoritarian ruling, COVID is a very good excuse and very good floor for passing the new laws, shrinking the space for civil society, controlling internet informations, and it's very boring. Our organization works in 25 countries. A lot of them are not really democratic, and it's very boring, these tendencies. But while in the non-democratic countries where those who are on power can use this situation and frame the tightening and shrinking and limiting the space and freedoms of association, assembly, freedom of information by COVID, it seems that in democratic countries where the populism is on race for the last 10 years or something like that, it looks that in at least some of the very developed countries, which are more or less democratic, including Brazil and other places, that the populists are kind of underestimating COVID threat, acting late, mismanaging, and then having relatively hard time to defend their position. Is it too optimistic to think that crisis basically put under the spotlight the incompetency of the populists and show that they are good in rhetorics, but not really good in acting and solving the situation. Larry.
Well, Shimon, thank you, and thank you to my two colleagues and to Forum 2000. I agree, it's quite an honor to be with you. Shimon, I think it is too optimistic. We have a huge challenge in front of us, and we can't underestimate the rising authoritarian threat that we face from multiple angles. One element of the authoritarian threat that is rising is that not only are democracies collectively performing rather badly, although of course Taiwan is a noteworthy example. Probably no country in the world has done a better job of managing and preempting the COVID-19 crisis, particularly while preserving high levels of political freedom and civil liberties than Taiwan. But other countries like New Zealand and several European countries, for a large democracy, Germany has done reasonably well, in part because it has a scientist as chancellor, whereas in the United States we have a climate denier, a science denier, and an illiberal populist as president of the United States who has grotesquely mismanaged this crisis. And as you know, we have a number of other prominent populist elected leaders like Jair Bolsonaro in Brazil, who I think has been virtually a carbon copy of Donald Trump in terms of his denial and mismanagement of the COVID-19 pandemic, while mobilizing fear, prejudice, and hatred of other citizens in the way that illiberal populists do. I don't think they've all been deniers. Narendra Modi in India, who I think represents a very serious and underestimated challenge to the future of freedom and democracy in India, shut down the country for a period of weeks in India and took a very dramatic approach to the virus. He certainly didn't ignore it. But now the country is open again and the virus is spreading dramatically. And I wouldn't say that the Indian government is looking particularly successful and effective at managing it. This might be because when you put the emphasis on division of one section of the population against another, and when you suppress and intimidate free and independent media in the way that Prime Minister Modi and his BJP government are doing now in India, and when you create an intellectual climate hostile to criticism and dissent, as Prime Minister Modi is particularly doing now, it isn't a very fertile climate for managing this crisis. Unfortunately, you do have the epitome of neo-totalitarian control in the People's Republic of China, which is suppressing freedom and human autonomy to a greater degree than any authoritarian regime, I think, certainly in the contemporary world, and in ways that with modern digital surveillance technology that even George Orwell didn't fully imagine. And when you have the People's Republic of China, which let's not forget is the origin of this crisis and whose authoritarianism allowed this crisis to escape from Wuhan because the initial evidence of it was suppressed for fear of making the authoritarian regime look bad, allowing the virus to escape to the rest of the world. But now that China has used its neo-totalitarian methods, at least for now, to suppress the virus, it is creating a narrative and a model that authoritarian regimes are better at managing a crisis like this than the democracies of the world are. And unfortunately, Shimon, if you go down the list of countries that have been hardest hit by the virus, I think the most telling statistic is deaths per 1 million people. You see that the democracies of Europe, the United States, and Latin America, countries like Peru and Brazil, have the highest death rates per 1 million. And you have to go pretty far down the list to get to a non-democracy. Now, part of this is these democracies are much more connected to the globalized world that Anthony Giddens was talking about. And part of it is that they haven't been very effective at managing the crisis. Part of it is that authoritarian regimes are good at lying about what's happening in their country and are not transparent in reporting their statistics. But nevertheless, if we're going to meet the rising challenge of global authoritarianism, democracies have to do a better job at putting science ahead of politics, at uniting their population with a commitment to wearing masks and engaging in contact tracing and investing the resources in testing, rapid testing of the population that has to be done to get a hold of this and then enable us to transition to normal life. Shimon, I'd like to say one more thing before I hand it over.
Okay,
in an era of populism and an era of ethno-nationalism and an era of digitally empowered disinformation, we face a huge and rising challenge of skepticism about science, including not only climate change denial, but denial of the science-based methods that could better get control of this virus. And once we have a vaccine that looks reasonably effective, I know we will in the United States, and I assume this may be true in parts of Europe and elsewhere in the world as well, face a very big challenge of convincing the necessarily overwhelming proportion of the population to be vaccinated that will be necessary to really defeat the virus and its transmissibility. And so democracies really need to get their act together and unify their citizenry behind science and medicine in order to defeat this challenge.
Sure. Thank you very much. Well, let's still hope that there is some new energy, maybe more solidarity somewhere, and it could be used based on experience with COVID. I think the nice examples are from Europe, the cooperation between the border regions, offering the free space in hospitals on intensive care units, and also, as Anthony mentioned, sharing of the genome informations and some of the scientific things. Now it's also the competition who will have the vaccine first for the sake of saving people, but also for the sake of doing great business on this. But Anthony, do you see any good examples of politicians really taking it from the right angle and using the situation rather not to just get bigger support based on fear and it's a continuous media show, what politicians, especially in some countries, are showing, for example, in the Czech Republic, is every day the COVID is used for a couple of the leading figures to appear on the screens. But do you see any lesson, maybe a bit more solidarity, cooperation and energy appearing? We are still in the middle of the crisis, but let's hope that the light at the end of the tunnel is next late spring, next summer. Yes, floor is yours.
Yes, I suppose my view of the world is it's more mixed than seemed to be implied by the earlier comments, because there are these dramatic problems and issues around political power. But we were asked, or I think we should discuss in this event here, a wider range of forces, because there's so many big changes going on which could be countervailing to the impact of the populist leaders. And as we know, they've been pretty divergent actually in their degree of positive involvement to try and stem the pandemic. Some of the populist leaders in Europe, for example, have pressurized the more conservative or more liberal elements to take actually more severe measures than they were taking. So I think one should put on the stage, the bigger changes that are happening. To me, this is the end of neoliberalism. It is the end of the market philosophy that's dominated the world for the last 30 years. And, having its last gasp in the US, perhaps. I don't mean the end of free markets, of course, but the end of the idea that markets can at the same time generate social justice, which has been perhaps a dominant idea of the past 30 years, at least large chunks of our society and economy. And I think you shouldn't forget the positive policies of the European Union. We don't know how they pan out, but we were asked to discuss counter trends. One of these counter trends is a return to a proactive state. Of course, demagogues will use that in their own way, but a proactive state, if it becomes generalized, and especially, I would say, this is one of the most significant American elections ever. If the Democrats win this election, I think it could be a signal for at least a partial return of a progressive left across the world.
Excuse me.
We will see.
Yeah.
And of course, we don't know. But the European Green Deal is a huge initiative, 1 trillion investment, linked to a stimulus package, linked to redistribution. That will be a model for some other parts of the world, including less developed parts of the world, which will need outside assistance to do so. But this is a world of not just negative trends. I think it's a real mixture, and this is unknown territory. We don't know the outcome. We're traveling in an unknown land.
Yep, absolutely. Thank you. My feeling was also that the EU leadership, after the 10 years of just maintenance, I would say it's much more proactive now, with a lot of energy and with answer to the both crises with a combined approach. And I hope into that, I must say, coming from this part of the world. Larry, in your opinion, in which ways the COVID pandemic going to affect globalization as it was known until recently?
Well, thank you, Shimon. First, let me agree with Anthony Giddens. I think we are seeing the descent of neoliberalism. I'm not sure if we're seeing the end, but certainly the retreat. And I would go even a little bit further. The idea may sometimes have been articulated that markets can generate social justice, but the most important theme of neoliberalism is that social justice wasn't very important. You just needed efficient markets, and somehow everything else would work out. And of course, when you have a limited state and you're not really modernizing it and empowering it, you get the kind of administrative capacity decaying that we've certainly seen in the United States and some other countries that have been dominated by neoliberalism. So I think one of the ways that globalization is going to change, Shimon, is that I think once we get different leadership in the United States, and I think we will very soon now, we're going to rise to the challenge of climate change. It's really becoming, as Timothy Garton Ash also indicated, tremendous existential international emergency. We're running out of time to turn it around. I think that travel will resume once this pandemic is really under control, but we have no idea when that will be. I think the world will, as a result of what we're doing now, become more intensely and regularly digitally connected.
Absolutely.
We're seeing a lot of digital innovation in how to do so.
It was a big push to go online and digitalize.
And this could have some very positive consequences. But I'll just mention two more things. I think we're realizing that we need global institutions, not just Europe-wide institutions and not just a transatlantic alliance. The World Health Organization, I think, has been, to some degree, unfairly trashed by the Trump administration. And I deeply regret President Trump's withdrawal of the United States from it, which will prove to have been a very temporary phenomenon. But the World Health Organization didn't wrap itself in glory in the early response to this crisis. And we've got to put high on the agenda the restoration and reinvigoration of global institutions.
Absolutely.
And we need, I think the final point I'd make about globalization is that we need a global response, both to the populism that we're confronting, the ethno-national, tribalistic populism we're confronting in many of our own democracies around the world. And I can't emphasize enough, the Czech Republic is taking a leadership role for a small country in this regard in pushing up against China's effort to project sharp power around the world and impose a kind of new global authoritarian order.
Thank you, Larry. Indeed, I think we need more better functioning international organizations. I think that the World Health Organization was doing, knowing their structure and you know how politically it's sensitive and how it's composed. They were doing as much as they were able, but it was, I would say, not enough in the beginning. So, Farida, do you see around yourself? I would say how well in many places the COVID mobilized civil society, mobilized the people for solidarity, even woke up the people who were never thinking about the solidarity and helping each other and supporting each other. We in the Czech Republic, for example, we hope that we can basically build on that and have on the board bigger part of society for future solidarity and understanding of the need for humanity and solidarity. How is it around you? Could you use it? Do you see any new energy appearing from that, from especially young people and civil society circles? Farida.
Absolutely. In our case, there have actually been a whole lot of actions that the youth have taken, including the DAS, to respond to the emergency. In a situation like ours, where our governments are even extremely limited financially, people had to rely on their communities to be able to face the current pandemic. So we had people organize across the country and the different communities to provide support both financial and health support as well. And when the school has resumed literally, people always also came in to kind of like contribute in terms of helping families that cannot afford school supplies for their kids and helping them with school tuition. We have actually seen an unprecedented way of citizens taking action and basically doing the job of the government. Because we are in the pandemic, people understand that the government's inability to provide aid and support is going to have a very detrimental consequence. So citizens took up on their own to replace the government in providing those basic services, such as ensuring that even in the most deprived communities where people don't have access to water, they have the ability to at least have a system in place so people can wash their hands frequently, such as distributing free masks and PPEs across the communities, and also providing food for the most vulnerable and communities during the lockdown. So yes, that the pandemic has shown us a new form of solidarity and has made us understand that at critical times like this, where we have government that have totally quit the social services, people can actually come in and provide services for their own in their community.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I have to conclude very quickly, but what I remember is that we need to fight against the unscientific or unfact-based decision-making and behavior. We have to be aware that authoritarians can use it easily as an excuse for shrinking or limiting the freedoms and rights. But we can still work on the fact that it's a very diverse picture, that a lot of trends, including the one for the stronger and more effective worldwide acting institutions, it's absolutely clear after this pandemic. And we can rely on people, because in most of the countries where the COVID hit, the people stand up and did a lot of the job instead of government fight for that, show a great genuine solidarity and humanity. So the people are the same. We as thinkers, activists and politicians, we should be better. We should be able to better play the game and stand for values which are not different than were 20 years ago when the forum was started. Thank you. I would like to thank very much our panelists. It was short, quick. Unfortunately, that's what we got. Thank you very much. Have a good rest of the day. And the next panel is Politics of Fear, Politics of Hate, Facing the Growing Intolerance in Democratic Societies. Stay with us, stay with Forum, and have a good rest of the day. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Teresa Saquala and Elie Wiesel founded Forum 2000 for a purpose.
We have to use the past to not becoming our children's future.
Thank you very much. I am honored to be here, and I want to thank President Havel for convening another extraordinary gathering of Forum 2000.
So those people, they are peace, think more seriously, and we should develop new ideas, and then important is implementation.
Dámy a pánové, vážení přítomní, já vás co nejsrdečněji vítám na konferenci Forum 2000.
The world is upside down. How should we put it back together? Are we able to act responsibly? Can we work together, play by the rules, and restore solidarity? Let's use this crisis as an opportunity. A new world emerging? Watch the online Forum 2000 conference, October 12th to 14th.
Hello, we can start. We have a fantastic panel for you here, and we also have an interesting topic at our Forum 2000 panel. But let me first thank the organizers, Jakub, Dominika, Martin, David, many other people who spent many years and now many months organizing this year a very unusual Forum 2000. We were very young when they started, now are gradually becoming middle-aged. And now we have to take over some of the things and some of the ideas that they have produced over the years. We are, I think, a proof of their perseverance, but also proof that we will never surrender. Under these difficult circumstances, we'll have this conference and we'll have this panel that will focus on something that is not specifically this year's issue. This year's issue is COVID, but in many ways this year's issue has shown how important it is. We will focus on different forms, let's say, of populism. The title of our forum is Politics of Fear, Politics of Hate, Facing the Growing Intolerance in Democratic Societies. And what we will try to explore in this forum is the reasons for obnoxious populism gaining so much support across the world. Populism that hates knowledge, that despises expertise, despises facts, despises truth, dislikes responsibility, dislikes accountability, dislikes civility, political equality, all of these things. So we will try to find out how we can understand it better in order to face it and fight it. The panelists are Sabine Leithauser-Schnarrenberger, I hope I said that right, a lawyer. Hi, Sabine. A lawyer, deputy chairwoman of the liberal Friedrich Naumann Stiftung, or foundation, one of the three big German foundations promoting democracy around the world. She was twice German Minister of Justice, for 23 years had been member of German Parliament as Bundestag, and has written 2 books, of which I especially like the one with the title Fear It Eats Up Freedom, that she published last year. We also have David Harris. He's the CEO of American Jewish Committee. For 14 years, David had a weekly program on CBS radio network. And one of the great things that was said about him was former President Shimon Peres of Israel, foreign minister of the Jewish people. That's how he called David Harris. We have Eamon Gilmore, EU Special Representative for Human Rights, but also former Taoiseach, Deputy Prime Minister of the Republic of Ireland, and the Foreign Minister and Minister of Trade of Ireland. Eamon wrote 2 books, but one about the crisis, especially pertinent for today, is Inside the Room, on the crisis of the Irish government. Also has a number of different titles, but let's stay with these few. Finally, Erica Guevara Rosas, America's Director of Amnesty International, human rights lawyer from Universidad de Londres in Mexico City, feminist, activist, I salute you here, former legal and security officer for High Commissioner for Refugees of the United Nations. I will start with sort of a question for Sabine, since she is leading an organization that actually goes around the world and tries to teach people how to do good politics, how to mobilize people to fight for human rights, fight for rule of law, fight for equality. Under the circumstances that this is considered completely boring. I've heard a number of people saying, your liberal ideas or your ideas of human rights, this is really boring. These guys are punk, these guys that attack conventional wisdom. So under these circumstances, where a lot of even young people think that, I don't know, politics is more like entertainment. You see these guys fight in a ring, say obnoxious and impolite things to each other, that this is what can mobilize them. How do you, under these circumstances, actually mobilize people to still care for the values that Friedrich Naumann Stiftung and I would say all of us here stand for?
Yes, thank you so much for your question, and thank you so much to join this panel today. Liberal ideas are inspiring and not boring. Look at Belarus, look at Hong Kong, also look at Navalny. It's dangerous to fight for liberal ideas, but liberal ideas are not boring. That's my first comment. Second, yes, we are, as Friedrich Naumann Foundation, are working globally, also in some European member states like Poland and Hungary, and we are focused on minorities, of the rights of the minorities, and this is very important, for example, in Poland and Hungary, and one of our focuses are sexual minorities. Yes, what are we doing there? First, we try to explain or try to discuss causes for the political atmosphere, and we are facing these atmosphere ignoring tolerance, working with fakes and with hatred speeches. So causes are, in our opinion, of our view, first, the complicity of politics in a global world. That's the first point. Second is people don't feel recognized. They accuse the so-called elite ignoring their interests. So first we discuss, and there are other reasons, sure. First we are putting these topics on the table. Then we have a lot of instruments, measures to deal with. We are supporting liberal liberal politicians in these various states, and we are trying to give them or trying to improve their skills to act. That means networking, also with the youth organization. That means a lot of workshops. That means to improve their skills to act as a party, to promote the infrastructure for dealing with all these very different issues and aspects. And sure, we try to have live sessions, but we are now we have now enhanced on our digital skills. So my impression is my impression is that there is great openness in this part of the societies of these states to listen to these universal human values. But yes, you need a language people can understand, not political speech. When you have always the same words without saying something.
Okay, thank you very much. I apologize for interrupting you people, but this is
okay.
This is one of my. Okay, David, this was way more optimistic than actually I expected, because it sometimes seems very difficult to fight for the right thing. So one of the aspects of the surge of populism, even of movements such as, for instance, QAnon and these global conspiracy movements, one of their aspects is using anti-Semitism. And I would say that fighting anti-Semitism is one of the generic forms of fighting for human rights. You've been at it for a long time. Did you need to change your strategy? Did you need to change your approach?
So first of all, thank you for this wonderful opportunity to be part of Forum 2000 and to remember the extraordinary legacy of someone I admired and knew a bit, Václav Havel. So yes, I would completely agree with the premise. Anti-Semitism becomes a litmus test, by the way, in good times and in bad, of a society's actual commitment to universal human rights and to liberal democratic values. We have seen in recent years a surge in anti-Semitism. It began in Western Europe in the early 2000s. It spread across Europe. It came across the Atlantic Ocean. We have seen it here in the United States as well in more recent years. There are various ways of trying to explain it, one of which I think is the collapse of the center in many democratic societies, which has only fueled or empowered people on the extremes. A second, of course, and it's a topic in and of itself, is the accelerant of social media as a propellant, if you will, of conspiracy theories, of hatred, of anti-Semitism. A third is the fading of memory. I mean, one has to be in the 80s or 90s today to have any recollection whatsoever of the Nazi and fascist era. One has to be in the 40s or 50s to have any recollection of the communist era on the European continent. And since history itself is largely neglected today, it's very hard to teach. We have recent surveys that show an abysmal knowledge, for example, of the Holocaust today in Europe and in the United States. So when we speak about the intersection of liberal democracy and anti-Semitism, we have to talk about education, education, education. and not just as a kind of generic word, but how can we effectively teach liberal democratic values, civic values in the 21st century to increasingly pluralistic societies, and how can we teach about the threat of anti-Semitism, not just to Jews, but to liberal societies against the backdrop of the Holocaust, which again, for many is ancient history. So I think the challenges are considerable, and the solutions may be obvious, but they're not easy.
Thank you very much. Ian, you were tasked by the European Union to deal with human rights at a time when I think there is an extreme need for addressing this issue, but at the same time when this has somehow gone out of fashion. And we remember Fukuyama's End of History, when we thought that the time of human rights has arrived. And now all of a sudden you see huge masses of people supporting and demonstrating in favor of reducing human rights of different groups. They could be ethnic groups, they could be gays, they could be people who just think differently. How do you address that in times when politics is almost more of an entertainment than serious business?
Well, I think a couple of things. First of all, I think we have to remember that democracy is still very much in its infancy. It has yet to reach full maturity. It's still very vulnerable. And recall, in fact, that in Europe, there are very few European states that have been a continuous democracy for the past 100 years. Secondly, the populism that we're addressing is not a new phenomenon. Again, this was something that we saw with devastating consequences in Europe in the 20th century. What I think is new is that the conditions for the growth of populism are probably more favorable now than they have been for some time. And I think there are two things that are contributing to that. The first is what I would call the pace of change. Thomas Friedman describes it in his book, The Age of Accelerations, where the change is now so rapid that people are finding it very difficult to keep pace with it. We're seeing economically the phenomenon of globalization, what that has done to job security, what it has done to economic security, to what we used to call the social contract, the levels of precariousness that particularly young people are experiencing today. And then all of that is overlaid with the uncertainties around climate change, technological change, and now, of course, more recently, the pandemic. So in a way, you have this perfect storm of uncertainty, which means that the ground for the growth of fascism or for populism is more fertile now than it has been for a long time. Promoting the politics of fear and so on. And I think that for that reason, I think when we talk about human rights, I think we have to talk about more than civil and political rights. I think we have to talk also much more than we used to about social, economic, and cultural rights. And certainly in the work that the European Union is doing on human rights, we're putting a greater emphasis on that these days. The second big phenomenon, I think, is that populism has found its medium, social media. I spent 30 years in the parliament of my country in active elected politics. The way in which we communicate politics has changed phenomenally in that 30-year period. Now you have a situation where you have a deluge of information, and even to get attention for your message, there's almost a need to say something outrageous or very dramatic. And the medium for the communication of politics now lends itself more easily to those who want to communicate simple messages, who want to target minorities, who want to say that all problems have simple solutions. Communicating more complex messages is more difficult in the present environment. And therefore, I think that what we also need to do is we need to look at new ways of deliberation. How are ideas exchanged? I mean, everybody lives in this kind of echo chamber of your own bubble in social media. So how does debate take place? And I think that we have to look at new ways of innovating politics so that we can have greater deliberation, greater debate, and a livelier and healthier democracy.
Thank you so much. That leads it directly to the question that I have for Erica. I think I'm sure you've seen, but a lot of people have seen the movie or the television program Mrs. America about Phyllis Schlafly, 60s activist against the ratification of the Equal Rights Amendment in the United States. In other words, an anti-feminist. And it's amazing how they illustrate the way she lies in her public addresses, and how she justifies that. And it shows that lying has been around for a long time and used in politics, and somehow it has been quite effective in mass mobilization. But it seems that it has changed its nature. It's not new, as Eamon has said, none of these things are really new, but in a way they have taken a new life, a new form. And now it's almost considered a skill. So under these circumstances, how do you see the effective ways of political mobilization when you have to fight both lying and constant creating of rage and outrage? People are constantly have to be outraged and they go for it. And at the same time, you have to mobilize them for something that, let's say, is more humane, like women's rights, like human rights, like something that has to do with compassion, empathy, and positive attitude, rather than with hatred and rage.
But this is the big question to answer, right? I mean, it is in this very complex moment where the politics of hate, the politics of division, the politics of demonization, right? Demonizing the other, blaming groups of population about the challenges and the issues that the majority of people are facing. It is extremely difficult in a time where, as you were saying, authoritarian leaders are lying, right? Constantly are using the media in an intentional way, meaning that it's not just that the media is out there, getting these messages out. I mean, it is intentional also that the media is perpetuating these conditions where the othering of people are playing an important role in the politics of demonization, of division and hate. But I think that one important point about mobilizing people is about understanding the conditions and the context. And I think that we've been talking about this with my peer panelists, right? I mean, it is not just about ignorance, or it's not just about convincing people to vote against their own interests. It is about understanding the conditions that these politicians, that these authoritarian leaders are creating to build on the politics of demonization and the politics of fear. That it's the most important piece, right? I mean, we've seen, particularly in Latin America, for instance, of the last few years, how the discontent of people, the disenfranchisement of people have been utilized by these strong men that are showing or trying to demonstrate very simple solutions to extremely complex problems. And at the end of the day, people's lives are not changing by these policies, right? So, but I think that it is important to understand this context, because it's then how we can start fighting these politics of demonization by using the politics of compassion, the politics of solidarity, the politics of empathy, as you were mentioning, right? But these conditions are very clear. It's not just people want to vote for these authoritarian leaders, or the growing appeal of these authoritarian leaders is natural only because people are being attracted. I mean, people are being attracted because they are conditions that are enabling this to happen. On the one hand, for instance, the attacks on human rights, and particularly attacks against human rights defenders, those who have the courage to confront these authoritarian leaders by telling the truth, by defending the rights of others, by defending the environment, by defending the territory against economic interest. Because behind all these politics, there is also a strong economic interest by the few that want to continue control the resources of the majority, right? And then having these attacks against human rights defenders is having a very negative impact on people's minds and on societies and how we are organizing, right? I mean, the killings of human rights defenders in Latin America as the most dangerous region of the world to defend rights is increasingly becoming normalized in society, right? It's part of the common to see that human rights defenders have been killed and nothing is happening, right? Impunity continues to be the norm. So when people are trying to demand the rights, they have the fear and of the consequences of demanding this right? And also the media, as all my peers have been mentioning, that is not just the use of social media and the hate that is being, propagating social media. It's also that social media has been intentionally created to open a space for these messages, right? The algorithms, we see violence against women in social media with open impunity because nothing happens. There is no consequences against that. So if we don't tackle that, if we don't address the conditions and the causes, then it's going to be very difficult to mobilize people on this politics of solidarity and empathy.
Thank you very much. I think we have to now open our panel for questions, but we'll see how that goes. And because I have a number of other questions that I would like us to address, but let's see first whether there are some questions for us from the public. I don't see them. At the moment. Let's see. Great. Let's continue our discussion. What Erica said is this strategy of destruction, of not destruction, but the sort of channeling to distract people. In other words, channeling the attention, public attention, from the key issues that are bothering them, like, for instance, poverty, like, for instance, disenfranchisement, like, for instance, being marginalized, and using different kinds of identity politics to sort of distract them from focusing on what makes them really frustrating. For instance, there are a number of issues regarding economic differences and poverty that are not being addressed, but at the same time, there are issues such as, for instance, vaccination and fighting against using the vaccines in order to, and that creates a lot of passionate discussion. Is this? Let me go back to Sabine. Is this something that you encounter in your work? This sort of substituting issues that people care about and are angry about with something that is marginal but can attract people's attention, like, for instance, vaccines?
Yes, this is part of our program and of our discussions. And we, regarding the pandemic in Germany and the politics dealing with this pandemic, we consider that there is an increasing part of the population of people who are demonstrating against these politics. And we are not fighting against the politics, but we are explaining and we are discussing and reflecting the different approaches. And we are on the one hand, there is restrictions of freedoms. People are demonstrating against it. On the other hand, we need to protect the health of the people and of the older one and of the other parts of our population. Yes, and there we have an empathic discussion among a lot of people, and I think we have the chance to explain, to raise awareness for these problems. And I think if the people have the possibility to take part in these discussions, then it is a first step to mobilize them for our values and for democracy. But we need transparency, we need platforms for discussion, and then I think we can we can reach a part of these people who are open for right or left populist discussions and ideas.
Iman, one of the questions that was asked by the people or voters, let's say, more susceptible to lies than to truth?
I don't know. Can you hear me, Tasna?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes, because I asked you, but I see the question on the screen. I think sometimes I think all of us are susceptible to is to hear what we want to hear, and to hear good news, and to hear that there is a solution. And if somebody comes along and says that is a simple problem and there is a simple solution to it, and that simple solution may be let's deal with the migrants. It's their fault, or let's deal with somebody else's fault, and we can deal with it that way. Of course, people are susceptible to that, and I think that the challenge for us in addressing it is not just to address the politics of populism. What we have to also address is the causes of populism. And the reality is that there are very significant causes. There are very significant economic, social issues, range of issues in all of our societies, which makes the populist message attractive. And therefore, we also have to deal with that. I think we have to deal with the medium. And again, the European Union has been, I think, providing some leadership on this. Ursula von der Leyen has talked about the digital agenda and the idea of a community of values. We've taken a number of initiatives, the code of conduct that we worked out with the big IT platforms. We've also been working on a number of directives, the Racial Equality Directive, the Gender Equality Directive, with coordinators on anti-Semitism, on anti-Muslim hatred. Soon there will be a coordinator on anti-racism. The new action plan on human rights and democracy that is now being concluded will have a major provision. One of its big priority areas will be on technology, and how, not just how the hate speech can be controlled on, and how it can be lessened on social media and new communication technologies, but also how these technologies can be harnessed and used for good. How, for example, to follow up the point that Erika made, how, for example, new technology can be used as a means of providing greater protection for human rights defenders. The human rights defenders, many of them who are being killed and attacked in South America, for example, are people who are living and working in very remote areas, and where the potential for the use of new technology as a means of providing greater protection, I think, has enormous potential. So we have to work at these solutions.
Thank you. And I want to bring back the issue. There is another question that you will see on your screens: how to decrease the influence of the Russian Federation in creating fear and hate, disinformation, lowering civil liberties, etc. I will go back to this question in a minute, but I just want to raise another one, and this is related to civil society. We always think of civil society as something good, positive. Today, you have civil society movements that are fighting to reduce rights of different groups, to eliminate different groups from the public sphere. Maybe you can address that issue, because anti-Semitism was sometimes also a grassroots movement, not only propagated by murderous elites, but also sometimes quite. And I think it's important to address this aspect of civil society that's maybe not so nice.
So maybe anticipating this conversation in 2020, 20 years ago, I led a graduate seminar at Johns Hopkins University, which focused on strategies for dealing with hate, which was then re-emerging on the European continent. And together with the graduate students in the class, we developed a set of strategies and a prioritization for the strategies. And it's interesting for me to look back on that work 20 years ago by the students in the class and apply it today. At the very top of the list, they said, and I would repeat as my own view as well, is the central role of political leadership, of responsible, democratic political leadership. And I would say, as a, if you will, as a provocative proposition, Vesna, that I think that in many parts of the democratic world, we are missing the kind of leadership, courageous, bold leadership that's needed at a time like this. Number two, my students said, where is civil society? What role is civil society playing? And then they broke down civil society as we must, because there is no such thing per se, though it's the intermediate force or the mediating force between government and people. Religious leadership. Are religious leaders standing up and speaking out and playing a responsible role in trying to strengthen liberal democracy and the glue that holds our societies together? Or are they playing an irresponsible role and fueling the centrifugal forces that are pulling us apart? The media, it's come up before. Then the focus was a bit more on traditional media than on social media. But what role is the media playing? Education. What role is education playing? So I think that at a time like this, and I want to underscore what Eamon said in his opening remark, we need to remind ourselves of the brevity and the fragility of liberal democracy as we know it, certainly in the West. In the span of recorded history, liberal democracy is a blip on the screen. And those who assume that because it's here now, it will be here forever, I think have little to no understanding of history and what can undo it. So, yes, I believe that, if you will, the politics of centrism in a democratic society, which may not sound particularly glamorous, is however, the necessary politics, which was, again, strong, bold, courageous, visionary leaders, those who don't follow, those who lead, and a civil society which begins to mobilize far more seriously against the extremes. Because absent that centrist voice, the extremes will continue to move forward.
I agree. Our task is also to somehow find ways in which we can make exactly the values that you have mentioned, we can make them attractive. We can make them actually, get people out of their homes and act on the let's. Who would like to take this question that that has appeared now on the screen? Let me just see it regarding the role of the Russian Federation or Russia in fear, hate, disinformation. In other words, I would, let's say, reformulate this question. It is so easy to influence elections, social movements by creating fear, cheating, lying. How do you confront that? Maybe Erica, but I also have another question for you specifically for Latin America. But how do you confront representing such a big organization as Amnesty International? How do you confront and deal with this enormous amount of organized, let's say, production industry of outrage and lies?
I mean, we've talked about the politics of demonization, the politics of division. These are not new, right? But are taking different forms precisely because the context is quite adverse for people's rights, particularly economic, social, and cultural rights, as it's been mentioned. And it is connected, of course, interconnected to the freedom of expression and the rights, the civil and political rights. And with the risk to call the pandemic an opportunity, because of course the tragedy that is evolving is very difficult to see how a pandemic can be an opportunity. But the reality is that the COVID-19 crisis presents important opportunities where choices can be made. For those who embrace the politics of demonization, it's an opportunity to continue to divide, polarize, othering, marginalized communities, blaming them and gaining more power. For human rights movement, it is a moment to project a vision of a more equitable, sustainable, and just world. And it is important that we take the moment to present the solutions. I mean, Amnesty International has been denouncing and documenting human rights violations for 60 years. We have a lot of experience doing that, but we demonstrate the alliances and, of course, accompanying other human rights movements on the ground, that we can also present solutions. So we have to win the battle of ideas, right? We have to take a communication first approach where we are speaking to people's realities. We are taking issues that resonate widely, right? That resonate with a woman who is thinking about how she is going to feed her family in a context where the pandemic is controlling it, right? We need to speak to those youth who are taking to the streets, reclaiming a space for the climate justice fight, right? We need to bring those emerging movements into the center of all what we do. It's not just about the legal and the moral battle, because it's not enough, because these authoritarian leaders are lying to these people as well. It is important that we take this communication first approach so that we can speak to the hearts of people and we can embrace the emerging movements that are being created because of the context and the reality, but sometimes they are not finding platforms in our own communities, in our organizations, because we are so fixed into documenting what these authoritarian leaders are doing rather than presenting an opportunity for these movements to really push for their solutions and their alternatives. So it is important that we also look at ourselves, all the lessons learned that are good, but also all the failures in how we are enabling these leaders to grow in appeal to the communities and the societies.
This is something that I always thought we would use the experience of Latin America, because a decade ago it was a continent where in every country you had more or less a very nice, in a lot of cases, woman president who was pushing democracy. And how these trends were reversed, how you can go backwards. This, I think, has been shown now, not only in Latin America, but globally. It might have started there, but now we see it globally. And actually what we are dealing with at the moment is trying to sort of keep our fingers in the dam, so to speak, to begin with, stop the world from going backwards, and then find ways, because all of this, as all of you said, all of this has been known before, but it has come to the forefront. This hate, this targeting minorities, this fighting people and setting people against each other, this parochialism, this anti-feminism, all of this has been here before, but we thought we were out of the woods. It seems we are not yet. And thank you so much for your contribution. I was asked by the organizers to sort of take 2 or 3 points out of our panel that we would recommend for people to remember. And my 3 points would be, from what you have said, the concept of rights has to be broadened. It's not the political rights in the classical liberal theory sense. It has to start dealing with also everyday life experience. It has to include economic rights and all the others if we want to be relevant. Second, social media, we have to learn how to use it effectively for good, instead of just treating it as a menace, and again, addressing people's realities through social media. And final point, central role of the political leadership. This is really what I think, to a great extent, we lack at the moment. All around the world, political leadership and education. I will not name the leader, but one leader at one point said, I love the poorly educated. Not I will provide them with education, I will give your children a better chance. We have to provide better education for people if we are to face populism effectively. Thank you very, very much, all of you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The world is upside down. How should we put it back together? Are we able to act responsibly? Can we work together, play by the rules, and restore solidarity? Let's use this crisis as an opportunity. A new world emerging? Watch the online Forum 2000 conference, October 12th to 14th.
Václav Havel, Joe Sasakwawa, and Elie Wiesel founded Forum 2000 for a purpose.
We have to use the past for not becoming our children's future.
Thank you very much. I am honored to be here, and I want to thank President Havel for convening another extraordinary gathering of Forum 2000.
So those people, they are peace, thinking more seriously, and we should develop new ideas, and then important is implementation.
Dámy a pánové, vážení přítomní, já vás co nejsrdečněji vítám na konferenci Forum 2000.
I think what is really interesting to me is the geopolitical lens through which we could look at these trends. And what you see here is the emergence of an alternative model, I would say, a techno-authoritarian model that tells us through the use of emerging technologies, we can create a stable authoritarian system that can be exported, that can promise prosperity, that can promise stability, but without freedom. And that's very appealing to many countries around the world. And I think we should keep our eye on that prize and think about how do we create and sustain a competitive alternative model.
Dear friends, welcome to another
Forum 2000 online chat.
You know, COVID-19 is really the new stage of what you might call a battle of narratives between authoritarian countries and democracies.
But crises are, in many cases historically, an opportunity for autocratic-minded leaders to consolidate powers.
Partly because of the impact of the pandemic, the Cold War II is happening, and that it's not going to be easy to be non-aligned in this new Cold War.
The pandemic is not good news for civic activism, for civil society around the world.
An increasing social inequality after the financial crisis, potentially even more now after the corona crisis.
And I think the democratic world have never really experienced such a challenge in the last 2 decades.
The inadequate measures put by the government to protect people, to ensure that people's livelihoods are protected, and people can continue to have access to food and basic human rights during this lockdown.
By closing the borders, you confirm to the nativists that A, the problem comes from abroad, and B, you can stop that by closing the borders.
You know, there are a lot of challenges that are out in front of the private sector because of the COVID environment, and some opportunities, to be honest.
In some senses, we're seeing the emergence of new kinds of civic initiatives, trying to help out on the health emergency.
The dissolution of the Soviet Union was not the geopolitical catastrophe of the 20th century.
That was a great aspiration for us, and at the same time, it was a great fears for the dictators.
We are the role model as a Central Europe, despite all the problems.
Europe and EU is living the best time in our history.
We have to remember that democracy from the beginning was very much about the public.
In fact, most of the democratic decline is coming about not at the behest of populists, but at the behest of executives.
And perhaps we should simply think about
a new formulation of liberalism.
In the absence of geopolitical stability, you're not really going to have progress in smaller countries.
Basically, we are living in a state of certain confusion with regard what is the future of the world for the next 20 to 50 years.
China, with the newly found economic power, rapidly built up its military forces. And more importantly, subtly, with the economic power, they corrupt the democratic way of life in the West.
We're seeing a rise of a new empire. This is becoming a new economic, political empire, right? And there is a more global sort of question: what happens to the existing powers?
However, on the value aspect, I think it's every country's own responsibility to make a choice which position they would like to take.
Now, the West should decide to be with the will of people or to be with the dictators.
We believed in it when in prison we heard about solidarity from official Soviet Pravda. That was like the best proof that we are right, that people will not live under this dictatorship all their life.
We only have you as the international community to stand with us. And just like the speaker who spoke last night said, without international solidarity, we will perish.
We depend on borders. We elect people within districts. We're border-based. Borders matter, but I believe in relations and friendships between these countries.
Despite the horrendous atrocities the Uyghur people are facing today, we are confronted with a muted world. We need your help and support.
The level of control and the level of crackdown on the information space is unprecedented.
Through the use of emerging technologies, we can create a stable authoritarian system that can be exported, that can promise prosperity, that can promise stability, but without freedom.
If we want good things with technology, we're going to have to make that work, because technology does not solve social, cultural, political problems. That's our job.
The appropriate response to our present multifaceted crisis is the development and establishment of a culture of solidarity.
A była taka: nie możesz podnieść ciężaru, to doproś paru, abyś go podniósł.
Lifestyle matters, individual responsibility matters. But finally, individual responsibility is not a sufficient answer to the challenge we are facing.
Climate change, as I'm trying to see it, is in a way a challenge of humanity. It's challenge of our morals, it's challenge which is asking us to do things because they are right, not because we have immediate outcome from them.
Sequala and Elie Wiesel founded Forum 2000 for a purpose.
We have to use the past to not becoming our children's future.
Thank you very much. I am honored to be here, and I want to thank President Havel for convening another extraordinary gathering of Forum 2000.
So those people, their peace, our kingdom, more seriously, and we should develop new ideas, and then important is implementation.
Dámy a pánové, vážení přítomní, já vás co nejsrdečněji vítám na konferenci Forum 2000.
The world is upside down. How should we put it back together? Are we able to act responsibly? Can we work together, play by the rules, and restore solidarity? Let's use this crisis as an opportunity. A new world emerging? Watch the online Forum 2000 conference, October 12th to 14th.
Hello and welcome everyone. It is my pleasure to be hosting this panel for and platform to promote democracy and young democracy, support civil society, respect for human rights and tolerance, cultural and ethnic tolerance in young democracies. So without further ado, I would like to introduce our panelists, where today we will be discussing a very interesting topic regarding populism. And we will be focusing on two of the largest Latin American countries that have elected populist leaders from opposite ends of the ideological spectrum. Andrés Manuel López Obrador in Mexico City, Bolsonaro in Brazil, and Bolsonaro in Brazil. So I will briefly introduce both our panelists. Marco Antonio Fernández, who is a research professor from the Tecnológico de Monterrey. He holds an MA and a PhD in political science from Duke University. He obtained his bachelor's degree at the Instituto Tecnológico Autónomo de México. He currently works as a research professor at the School of Government and Public Transformation at the Tecnológico de Monterrey, where he coordinates the Initiative for Education with Equity and Quality, and an associate researcher at México Evalúa, where he coordinates the anti-corruption and education program. He specializes in both education and it is also my pleasure to introduce, and I hope I pronounced this correctly, Sergio Fausto, who is the General Director of the Fernando Enrique Cardoso Foundation in Brazil. He is a contributing expert for the Latin America Initiative and Executive Superintendent of the Fundação Instituto Brasil Enrique Cardoso, a think tank and presidential library founded by the former president of Brazil. He co-directs Plataforma Democrática, an initiative devoted to strengthening Latin American democratic institutions and culture, and is co-editor of the book series O Estado da Democracia na América Latina. He is also a member of the GACINT USB, a group that brings together academics and policymakers to follow and assess international relations at Universidad de São Paulo. Fausto is a contributor to O Estado de São Paulo, one of Brazil's leading newspapers, and frequently comments on domestic politics and international affairs in the media. So let's briefly begin. We have many issues to cover, a lot of material to cover, and we have little time. So I will begin just giving a broad scenario, and I would like just to take the take on both of you. Just as an introduction, what elements explain the rise of these two populist leaders in both Brazil and Mexico, and in allowing these populist and personalistic leaders to come to power? who were the main supporters that voted for them in the electorate? And do you see any change in their basis of support over the past years? Please, Marco, can we begin with you?
Yes, of course. Thank you so much. Well, I think that above all, I mean, the big victory that President López Obrador obtained in the summer of 2018 is a mirror of different factors, among them profound dissatisfaction with democracy and the then ruling party PRI and the former ruling party PAN, high levels of corruption that have increased public anger, a problem of a politics of resentment in that sense, because we have seen that despite economic reforms in the country established for the last 20 years, the changes in the figures of poverty levels have not been quite substantial. So in that sense, I mean, he took advantage of that anger and disillusion with other parties, and basically had a huge victory, obtaining majority in Congress and in the Senate, and in fact having strong majorities in several of the state congresses that also had elections back then. I mean, among when we observe the characteristics of the electorate that supported him, he had a huge support among the young people. He had support both of people with high degrees of education and low degrees of education. And for the first time, I mean, contrary to his previous attempts to obtain power, he even had very good numbers, not only in the traditional support bases of the south of Mexico and the center, but also in the north. And I think that this big victory is like a mirror of these factors that I just mentioned.
And do you see any changes in their support, in the basis of support of López Obrador over his past 2 years in power?
Well, what we have seen in different surveys is that, for example, the presidential approval has been going down. In fact, I mean, in comparative perspective, he has even lower levels than one of the former presidents that he has a deep conflict with, Felipe Calderón, similar levels of a presidential approval that of Vicente Fox. And we are observing changes in the composition of the support base. I mean, particularly among those highly educated that have not doubt on supporting him. Well, there is a growing dissatisfaction with him, and he's consolidating his bases with the people of lower income in Mexico.
Okay, so Sergio, the case for Jair Bolsonaro is different, right? Because he's a radical right. How do you explain his rise to power and the role of the party system, as we know that it's very fragmented in Brazil?
All right. First, thank you so much for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here with you. Well, differently from the case of Manuel López Obrador, Bolsonaro was elected by a tiny party. Right? Morena had structured itself before the election. Bolsonaro was sort of encapsulated by a very tiny party at the last minute and was elected in the second round to the presidency of the Republic of Brazil. His elections is the result of various crises, and I would highlight the following. First, the crisis of legitimacy of the political system. one should remember that the Brazilian political system was severely hit by a corruption scandal and the investigation of the Lava Jato led by federal prosecutors. And the corruption scandal was something that hit the political system across the board. So all major political systems, all major political parties were hit by the corruption scandal, favoring the case of an outsider like Jair Bolsonaro. So crisis of legitimacy, corruption. Second, economic crisis. Brazil entered recession in 2014, and it was the deepest and longest recession ever registered in Brazil. And Bolsonaro was elected in the wake of this crisis. The economy was already picking up, but in a very slow pace. Third crisis, the one I would put it that way, was the perception of a moral crisis, the dissolution of family values that led to a conservative backlash mobilized by the evangelical churches in Brazil. The evangelical churches are growing steadily in Brazil in the last many years. But for the first time ever, they unified around one candidate to the presidency of the Republic. And that candidate was Jair Bolsonaro. So he is the result of the combination of these three crises: economic crisis, crisis of legitimacy of the political system, and the perceived moral crisis of traditional family values in the Brazilian society.
And I'm going to ask the same thing that I asked to Marco. Do you see any movement in the support bases of Jair Bolsonaro over the past few years? Or do you think he has just consolidated his popularity with them?
No, there has been some changes in his base of support. Those who were in his base of support because they favored the battle against corruption, this kind of moral outrage against the political system, these people are very much disappointed because, much to the surprise of them, Bolsonaro has, on the course of his first term in office, allied himself with all political parties. He became closer to the political establishment, which was the very target of his very aggressive campaign during the elections. So this people is alienated from his base of support. The second faction, which is disappointed with Bolsonaro, were those who favored neoliberal policies, and those who saw the appointment of as finance minister of a Chicago boy, now a Chicago oldie, because he's 70 and not a Chicago boy any longer. But the power of the finance minister has been very much limited in this 2 years of presidential term of Bolsonaro in office. So these people, which normally those who favored Lava Jato and neoliberal policies, they represent middle-class people and high middle-class people. And but what has happened is Bolsonaro has now penetrated more popular sectors of the electorate, and his core constituency is formed by evangelicals, and evangelicals represent around 30% of the Brazilian population nowadays. And if you allow me to elaborate a little bit more on that, this shift in his political base has also
yes,
to
just
do
30 seconds, so we can go to the next
with the
topic. 30
pandemic,
seconds, please.
with the pandemics, because he sort of found during the pandemics the holy grail of relief package. And the relief package proved to be very effective in earning him the support of the poorer segments of the population.
Before I go into the pandemic, because apparently for Bolsonaro, as you say, it represents sort of, it has become an opportunity or to reach out to different segments of the population, right? With López Obrador, it has represented a challenge in his government. But before we go into that, I just briefly want to touch upon a very important topic that I think takes us a lot into their next elections, right? And one of these is we have seen worrying trends from both of these leaders in terms of their wanting to undermine institutions, right? They try to make any institution weight, weakening them, electing people that are just possibly not technical, but more loyal to them. They also have had very strong attacks on civil society and on any media that criticizes them. So what is your take on this? Do you think that the institutions in each of the countries that we're talking about are strong enough to endure these attacks? A crisis of these institutions. So Marco, please.
Yes, well, in the case of Mexico, there is a worrisome trend that has been consistent since he took office, because we see like similar to other cases in the populist manual, different attacks that he has done to all institutions that represent any kind of attempt to try to contain his will. I mean, he has been very critical, for example, with the press, particularly with those media that he considers unfavorable to the coverage that they have, both at the national and the international level. I mean, Forma has been clearly the most seen target of his attacks, but he has attacked Proceso and other and several other main newspapers. But he has also been very critical with the Financial Times, the New York Times, the Washington Post. Then he has been consistently attacking civil society organizations. Even in his last attempt, he used, similar to what we observed, for example, in Hungary, this conspiracy theory that the international organizations, foundations were channeling money to these civil society organizations to post key projects of his government. Then there has been a window of opportunity for him because on the one hand, he has politicized some important institutions, such as the intelligence unit of finance resources that basically is in charge of the investigation of asset transactions, etc. And that institution has been persecuting politically some people that are not consistent or are perceived as opponents of the president. I mean, that was the case in the case of the Supreme Court of one of the judges, that suddenly his accounts were frozen, and after some weeks of silence, he basically renounced. So he had to fill in that position in addition to two other constitutional positions in the Supreme Court. And that has been very important for his actions, because the way that he has been trying to appeal to the public is through public consultations. And the last attempt is these public consultations to judge former presidents, and the Supreme Court support that decision.
I'll go back to you, Marco, because one of the things that I want to hear from you is whether you think that the institutions are going to endure all of these attacks, right? Because we have seen these attacks on all the levels that you have seen. How about you, Sergio? What is the experience that you see in Brazil?
Well, I have no doubts whatsoever about the authoritarian DNA of Bolsonaro. And he harbors clearly the impulse, the desire to turn Brazil into an illiberal democracy. But he can't do it. He had to adjust to the constraints provided by the system. One important difference between Brazil and Mexico, Bolsonaro and López Obrador, is the fact that Brazil has a multi-party system, and the president does not have the automatic backing of a majority in Congress. On the contrary, he had a minority in Congress, so he had to adjust to that reality. It's a federal system in which governors have important powers in their hands, and they provide a check on the president's powers. So the experience here is that Bolsonaro's temptations are clear. He even tried to mobilize his supporters in anti-democratic demonstrations, but the institutions reacted to that attempt, and he had to adjust. One important thing to have in mind is that the attorney general, the federal attorneys here and attorneys in different parts of the country, they still have a lot of power and a lot of autonomy. And Bolsonaro family is under investigation. So he backtracked in his authoritarian attempts, not out of conviction, but out of fear. And but it's hard to say where this will end up. I think we have not reached the final chapter of this story.
And I think this is very important because the Lava Jato in Brazil was effective, right? In Mexico, we really have not seen a strong persecution of corruption activities, right, Marcos? So are strong enough, institutions in Mexico, to endure all of these attacks?
I'm not sure, sincerely, because in the case of the opposition parties, they still seem to be weak. I mean, yes, we have a federal system, but weaker in comparison to the Brazilian case. We have seen a harsh exchange of power between two of the main opposition governors, in the case of Chihuahua and Tamaulipas, clearly creating a growing tension. Seats of others in Mexico have said, okay, we're going to form our own organization of governors to try to resist the centralization process that the federal government is trying to attempt. The so-called independent bodies, such as the Transparent Institute and the Electoral Institute, have been under reiterative attacks by the president. So we will see what happens in the midterms. I mean, these midterms are going to be key to see how, if he is able to consolidate his power and even expand the number of governors in his party, or if we are going to see once and for all the expression of dissatisfaction with his own government, and he will lose the majority. So far, I mean, we have seen, yes, that his presidential approval has been going down, but in case of the support of the opposition parties, it's unclear that they have enough strength to basically get rid of the majority in Congress of President López Obrador.
Okay, and I think this takes us into like the events that happened this year, right? So both of these presidents had their agenda, and they were constructing their agenda of transforming institutions, etc. And then the pandemic hit. And both have terrible numbers in terms of infection and in terms of deaths, right? We are some of the worst countries in the world. But Jair Bolsonaro appears to not struggling in terms of his popularity, and a lot of the international media, a lot of handouts, right? And López Obrador, on the other hand, has suffered in his popularity because of the really bad performance in terms of the pandemic. So I have two questions for you, and I will begin with Sergio. Do you think that the pandemic, the COVID pandemic, really hit on Bolsonaro's agenda, and will he be able to, let's say, not reinvent himself, but deal with this in a way to succeed? And the same thing for Marco. Or do you see any opposition gain? Let's start with you, Sergio, please.
All right. He has dealt with the pandemic successfully, much to the surprise of many, including myself. And the reasons why he dealt with the pandemics successfully is threefold. First, I've already mentioned the relief package. And it's interesting because that was not his idea of leaders in Congress. But he sort of understand that there was a political opportunity in this, and he grabbed it firmly. Second, one has to take into consideration that 50% or more than the Brazilian population cannot afford to stay at home. So the attitude, the posture of Bolsonaro of sort of negating the seriousness of the pandemics and being very much antagonistic to stay-at-home orders determined by governors turns out to be beneficial to him. And third, the very process of normalization of his administration. That is to say, less radical rhetoric and trying to build a majority in Congress and to adjust to the old and tested tactics of Brazilian politics. These three factors made him successful in dealing with the pandemics. So far, it remains to be seen whether this is sustainable over the years. There is a tremendous fiscal restraint, just to mention one thing, to keep the relief package at the same level that it has been kept since the beginning of the pandemics. God only knows what will happen when the relief package is partially taken from the poor people.
Thank you, Sergio. And I think we have very little time left, but Marco, can you please give us your take on this? So we can, as I said, we have little time left.
I mean, yes, the figures are very worrisome, not only in terms of the death, but precisely public opinion is divided in the way that he has been handling the situation. Basically, 50% approve and 50% disapprove the way that he has handled this medical emergency. In terms of the economy, the numbers are worrisome for him because there is a large majority that condemn the way that President López Obrador has handled the situation. He has resisted to go into debt to provide assistance to companies to resist unemployment. Therefore, we have seen the loss of more than 1 million jobs and the forecast of a downfall between 9 and 10% of GDP. So in that sense, things don't seem to be very favorable in near future in political terms.
Okay, so I think we are out of time. It was very short panel. I think it was just a privilege to talk to both of you and get your take on this. So we would like to invite the audience to log in to the next panel, which is Human Rights Conundrum in China. And thank you, Marco and Sergio, for both of your participations.
My pleasure.
Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
The world is upside down. How should we put it back together? Are we able to act responsibly? Can we work together, play by the rules, and restore solidarity? Let's use this crisis as an opportunity. A new world emerging? Watch the Online Forum 2000 conference, October 12th to 14th.
Václav Havel, Joe Sasakwawa, and Elie Wiesel founded Forum 2000 for a purpose.
We have to use the past to not becoming our children's future.
Thank you very much. I am honored to be here, and I want to thank President Havel for convening another extraordinary gathering of Forum 2000.
So those people, their peace, our kingdom, more seriously, and we should develop new ideas, and then important is implementation.
Dámy a pánové, vážení přítomní, já vás co nejsrdečněji vítám na konferenci Forum 2000.
I think we are frustrated. I think what we need, and I love that my colleague said, revisiting democracy. This is what we need. It is not necessarily finding a different model. Let's look at just statistics. If we see that if young people under 30, half of the population, 15 to 24, 1.2 billion. Yet when you look at our politicians, who's representing us, who's giving us, who's deciding about us, young parliamentarians under 30, less than 2% in the world. I mean, we want to be a part of the solution, yet we are being spoken about as a part of the problem. And I think what's also necessary is to include young people, and not only in questions about education. And I think this is really old. You know, when we talk about young people, it's school. But young people's also access to healthcare in the United Kingdom, in the United States, a big concern. It's also questions about transportation, about housing, as we said. So they need to be a part of the process of developing the national strategies.
Well, what does this have to do with democracy? Whether you have a job or not, it's got nothing to do with a patronizing state, whether you can transport yourself, I mean...
Right, when you talk about then...
isn't that already expecting a little bit too much care from the government?
No, I don't think so, because, you know, I do think that the way that we understand democracy is different than from what our older generations understand.
Right.
Of course, then there is a lot of... I actually looked up how people felt after the fall of the Berlin Wall, which will be exactly 28 years, 1 month from now.
Right.
Because I was not born here. I was not present. And there is this discussion of euphoria, of hope, of this moral legitimacy the democracies had, right, as a supreme system. When you look at young people, and this is not their fault, they haven't lived through it, they understand it as more as stability. They go beyond. They take it as maybe for granted, that's sure. But then when, as we said, the future doesn't look all that great for them, they may start questioning the system.
So democracy seems to look sexy when you don't have her.
It's like a toy.
Once you do, it's something like that. You know.
It's like when you lose a toy. When you have the toy, you don't want it. And then when someone takes it, you fight for it.
Dear friends,
welcome to another
Forum 2000 online chat.
So the Taiwanese government actually sent some scientists to China to try to figure out what that was. And the Taiwanese government actually told the WHO.
Now, many experts have said, had the Chinese government intervened early, 95% of the coronavirus pandemic in the whole world, including in China, could have been prevented.
My worry is that China, because of these pressures, may take greater risks in its domestic and foreign policy.
The COVID business is spreading because of the help of China and the kind of structure of propaganda they have.
The supporting rate of pro-democracy camp gradually increased in the past few months because everyone realized how Beijing lies, resulting people die all over the world.
So it seems to me that the Chinese are occupying all the empty space left by the Americans.
I would like to see the so-called West, the developed democratic countries of Europe and the USA and others, to be more involved in Africa and to compete with China in Africa.
In other words, universal values. And I think what people really don't understand is that China sees these values as a threat to its very survival, because its system is based upon a totalitarian idea.
And there is a real competition going forth, especially in emerging markets, for whose values, whose business models are going to win out.
If we are to fulfill our mission, which remains the same, we have to be able to understand how the world around us changes. So of course we also have to talk and think about issues like the rise of China.
It looks like that the globalization is kicking back. After years of globalization, the fear came to us.
Fear destroys solidarity. Look at all countries and in all service, we see if there is any fear, the people start to become anti-democratic.
There is a huge uncertainty about politics and politicians today, and we see it in the elections everywhere.
Nobody can overlook the fact that nationalist groups are gaining weight.
The rise of populism, anti-system parties, and so forth. This is something very troubling.
Populists demonstrate themselves as moral heroes, and this is an important reason why they are so much liked.
My platform was populist. I promised people whatever. Because one of my main promises was that I would break all my promises anyway, and I was elected.
And I don't think that this is a passing wave. I don't think it's just something that happened in 2016. I don't think that we are past the high point of populism.
What I'm trying to say is, if you don't do politics, politics will do you.
It needs to be discussion-based. So not only principles of democracy, what it is, why it's important, but engage with the people.
Working with young people, with young women, I realized that in my country, for instance, there is no culture of young women participation in public spaces, and that could be said for a lot of countries as well.
In the midst of all the uncertainties of our world, I believe that nothing would be worse than despair or loss of interest in our shared future.
Free, fair elections, institutions, free press, opposition.
Liberal democracy is really the only system that exists that can defend and protect the dignity of the individual.
we need to improve our democracies because it's the best tool that we have for development.
Democracy, freedom, liberty, human rights are eternal. Let us renew our efforts to fight together as a coalition for democracy.
We need to make national pride an asset for democracy.
We need to make sure that citizens have such a deep commitment to their democratic ideals and enough political information that the conspiracy theories and the hatred and the fake news that spreads on social media doesn't impact them as deeply as it does.
There is a need for active defense of liberal democracy.
Václav Havel, Joe Sasakawa, and Elie Wiesel founded Forum 2000 for a purpose.
We have to use the past to not becoming our children's future.
Thank you very much. I am honored to be here, and I want to thank President Havel for convening another extraordinary gathering of Forum 2000.
So those people, they are peace, now think more seriously, and we should develop new ideas, and then important is implementation.
Dámy a pánové, vážení přítomní, já vás co nejsrdečněji vítám na konferenci Forum 2000.
The world is upside down. How should we put it back together? Are we able to act responsibly? Can we work together, play by the rules, and restore solidarity? Let's use this crisis as an opportunity. A new world emerging? Watch the Online Forum 2000 conference, October 12th to 14th.
So, good day to our dear speakers and online participants. I would like to welcome you to our debate called China, a Human Rights Conundrum, organized by Forum 2000. Before we start, let me introduce our speakers. Firstly, I would like to warmly welcome His Excellency Lobsang Sangay, Sikyong, or Prime Minister of the Tibetan government in exile. Your Excellency, welcome. Our second speaker is Nuri Turkel, who is a lawyer and Uyghur rights advocate. He is currently an attorney and chairman of the board for the Uyghur Human Rights Project. He also served as the president of the Uyghur American Association and as a legal and policy advisor to the presidents of the World Uyghur Congress. Mr. Turkel, welcome as well.
Thank you.
And our third speaker, Mrs. Whiting Loretta Lau, an artist and activist. She worked as a visual arts teacher in Hong Kong. She was witnessing big changes since the handover to China. In 2018, Loretta established herself in Prague as a political performance artist. Her first and well-known performance was in June 2019, entitled Letter to My People. It was presented in the Center for Contemporary Art in Prague. And this exhibition pays tribute to Liu Xiaobo, the only Chinese Nobel Peace Prize winner. Loretta, welcome as well.
Hello.
So let me also introduce myself. My name is Kateřina Procházková. I'm a journalist, former Asia correspondent for Czech Radio and Czech TV, now working for the project Synopsis, based here in Prague. So we have an excellent lineup and heavy topic to tackle. So without further ado, I would like to ask our speakers for 5 minutes remarks or presentations. And probably I would like firstly, Your Excellency, if you could start, please, floor is yours.
Oh, thank you for the privilege and honor to be with panelists and for the kind introduction. But we should remember that we are having this virtual Forum 2000 because of the pandemic, the Wuhan virus, which originated in China. And it has cost the world a lot. I think $9 to $10 trillion, worth of economy has, declined, which is almost half the GDP of Europe. So the world has paid a huge price because the Chinese government did not share the information 3 to 6 weeks when the Wuhan virus happened. And they clearly knew how dangerous it was. So again, we are talking about human rights. Lack of human rights in China made the world pay a huge price, even in economic and social terms. Just a few weeks ago, Secretary of State Mike Pompeo said, either we change China or China will change you. I said exactly the same thing 2 years ago at Geneva Forum and at Forum 2000. Either we transform China or China will transform you, right? Now, so today we are having this panel discussion on human rights in China. But rather, I've been traveling to many of the European countries, and I've always been saying, I've come to speak to you to say, not to support Tibet and save Tibet, but to save Europe, because what China is doing is impacting and influencing Europe and the whole world. Let's take an example. A few days ago, Nobel Peace Committee awarded the Nobel Peace Prize to UN World Food Program, which is a laudable organization which saves and provides food for 130 million people, which is a good thing. But this year, the Nobel Peace Prize should have gone to Hong Kong democracy activists. They suffer a lot, or even Uyghur people, right? But The Nobel Peace Committee did not give Nobel Peace Prize to people in Hong Kong or to Uyghur people. Why? Because Wang Yi, the Chinese foreign minister, went to Norway in Oslo in late August and warned the Norwegian government that don't make the same mistake that they made a decade ago by giving the Nobel Peace Prize to Liu Xiaobo, right? Now, so already the Chinese government is not only violating human rights of people, Uyghur people, Tibetans and Hong Kong and Mongolians, but they are already impacting the world and how world should behave, including Norway and Nobel Peace Committee. So this is unfortunate. Now what China is also doing, they are restructuring and influencing United Nations. Of the 15 agencies, they have key people. Of the 15 agencies, 4 or 5, the main boss, the secretary generals, are Chinese officials. In the remaining 10 or so, they are either under or assistant under secretary general and so on and so forth. Already, they are in the United Nations agencies. Now, what do they do? For example, they are in charge of civil aviation, one of the UN agency. Now, why Taiwan is moved from the map of the civil agency by all these airlines is because the UN Agency of Civil Aviation put pressure on airlines to remove the map. And who is the guy? A Chinese guy. So similarly, they are at UNESCO. They make youth leadership training sing a song in praise of Belt and Road Initiative. So we should be aware that the tentacles of the Communist Party of China have already penetrated global organizations, now including Liu Xiaobo Nobel Peace Prize, right? The foreign minister at that time, who finally agreed to renew diplomatic relationship with China, where is he now? He is the president of World Economic Forum. He's in charge of Davos. So, Chinese government tentacles are everywhere, and that's how they violate human rights. That's why they get away with violating, human rights of Tibetan people and Uyghurs and Mongolians and people in Hong Kong. Now, finally, the same author, Adrian Zen, who came out with this expose of 1 million Uyghur brothers and sisters in concentration camps, has come out with a report of 500,000 Tibetans in similar concentration camps in Tibet. Now, how many people, how many news media covered it? Reuters did investigation and confirmed that Adrian Zen, the expose on Tibet also, of Tibetan youth, being uprooted from nomadic and farming areas and brought to urban setting, and like Uyghur brothers and sisters put in concentration camps where they are given training, right? Now, this is done in the name of poverty elevation. So, if you look at European Union leaders and many leaders around the world, they praise poverty elevation program of China. But they overlook the fact that poverty elevation for Uyghur brothers and sisters, the Mongolians and Tibetans, means they are taken to concentration camps, uprooted from their family, their culture, their neighbors and friends, and they are put in a military drill-like system. So they are essentially Sinicized, made Chinese, right? And after a year or 2 or 3 of spending time in these concentration camps, do they get jobs? Do they get employment? They don't. Now they are uprooted from their cultural setting, their traditional livelihood, and they're given quote-unquote skills, and they're thrown out in the streets. So human rights of the Tibetan people are violated. Now finally, let me end with this. Even though this has been taking place for the last 60 years, the Chinese government act with impunity till the expose of Uyghur brothers and sisters and the recent case of Tibet. Why? Because the European leaders and others praise poverty elevation program of the Chinese government. they pay more attention to, and they want to maintain relationship with China because of economic and business. And Chinese government, they think they can get away with it, and they do. So that's why they go to Oslo and warn Norwegian people and Norway government, including Nobel Peace Committee, not to give Nobel Peace Prize to people in Hong Kong or people in East Turkestan, right? So this is the price we are paying. So, like Mike Pompeo said, I said this since 2018. Either you transform China, or China will transform you. So that's the choice we have. So today's panel discussion is as much about saving Tibetan people and Uyghurs and people in Hong Kong and Mongolians. It's more about saving yourself, saving this world. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Excellency. Now I would like to ask the second speaker for his opinion. Please, Mr. Turkle, our online floor is yours.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for inviting me to join this important conversation. I'd like to start by expressing my gratitude to Sikyong, Lobsang Sangay, and Margaret for their contribution to today's conversation. I'm representing the United States Commission on International Religious Freedom, or USERF. We are glad to be part of this important conference. It is truly an honor to join you all. When I accepted your invitation, I noticed that one of the Forum 2000's co-founders was Elie Wiesel, the Romanian Holocaust survivor. Unfortunately, I have found myself thinking a lot about the Holocaust recently. It is the only adequate point of comparison for what is happening to the Uyghur people. While the Chinese government's treatment of Uyghur Muslims is not the same as Nazi Germany's persecution of the Jewish people, the similarities are horrifying. The Chinese government has detained millions of Uyghurs. While we don't know the exact number, it is clearly the largest internment of an ethno-national, ethno-religious group since World War II. Chinese authorities have forced tens of thousands of Uyghurs to work in textile and electronics factories, in some cases for companies that supply large and international brands. There are reports that some of the same German companies that benefited from Jewish forced labor 75 years ago now benefiting from Uyghur forced labor. According to the experts, Chinese doctors have forcibly sterilized thousands of Uyghur women, leading birth rates in the Uyghur region, East Turkestan, to plummet 24% last year. These measures to limit the population of ethnic group could very well constitute a genocide under the international law. USERF urges the United States government, the State Department particularly, to officially call it straight out as genocide. Obviously, the Holocaust looms large over our moral imagination, so I don't invoke this comparison lightly. The horrors of the Holocaust birthed the modern international human rights movement. While the world has not always lived up to its promises to never again permit such mass atrocities, we have numerous human rights treaties, bodies that have helped to protect the rights of millions, including the Uyghurs, Tibetans, and Mongolians, and people of Hong Kong. That is no small part due to the fact of the Elie Wiesel. Elie Wiesel's advocacy personified the power of the stories and storytelling. His books, particularly the well-known one, Night, educated generations of readers about the Holocaust. He later worked to help establish the U.S. Holocaust Memorial Museum, where each year millions of visitors learn the stories of the men and women who perished in the concentration camps. Wiesel's brutal honesty and sparse prose conveyed more about the tragedies of Auschwitz and Buchenwald than statistics and history textbooks. Every year after first reading the book Night, I can still remember Wiesel's pained meditations about religion and human rights and human nature. This is why Holocaust still haunts us to this day, and why appropriate and thoughtful comparison to the Holocaust can still inspire actions. We need that action today on behalf of the Uyghur people, Tibetans, and others suffered under the Communist Party in China. We need the powerful storytelling of wordsmith of Wiesel caliber to alert the world. Unfortunately, our most visible stories have not risen to this challenge. Many of you have probably heard about the new Mulan remake on Disney's streamlining services. In the credit, Disney thanked the Communist Party's propaganda commission in the Xinjiang region. Some scenes were filmed in the ancient city of Turpan. According to the Radio Free Asia, as many as 8 concentration camps holding thousands of Uyghurs were operating not far from the actors and producers production crew stood. To say that I'm disappointed would be an understatement. But Disney is not the only Hollywood studio afraid to risk the Chinese government's wrath and jeopardize access to the giant Chinese market. I'm sure that some studio executives tell themselves that in refusing to comment, they're choosing to remain neutral. But as Elie Wiesel said, we must always take sides. Neutrality helps the oppressor, never the victim. Silence encourages the tormentor, never the tormented. Fortunately, we have a government in the United States that has been vocal in voicing its support for the Uyghur people. Both members of Congress and the Trump administration have backed up their words with action by passing and enforcing new laws designed to sanction Chinese officials responsible for these abuses. Even American business leaders are waking up to this blight of forced labor and taking a closer look at their supply chains in China. It is time for American storytellers and our entertainment companies to speak truthfully and directly about the central moral challenges of our time. Night was published in 1960, 15 years after American troops liberated Buchenwald. The Uyghur people cannot wait that long for a story to be told. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Turkel. And now I would give the floor to Loretta. So Loretta, please.
Yeah, thank you. This is my honor to be here with Sikyong of CTA, Dr. Lobsang Sangay, and Commissioner of US CIRF, Mr. Nuri Turkel. Since June 2019, my homeland, Hong Kong, has been undergoing a tremendous human rights crisis and falling into an organized genocide plan. We can see that the trajectory of China is rapidly trampling upon the Hong Kong Basic Law and one country, two systems. China aims to ruin the rule of law in Hong Kong. Since last year, after the complete failure of the extradition law attempt, they recklessly imposed the national security law upon our reliable law foundation on the 1st of July. We can see how regardless of China and the Hong Kong government to the universal human rights principle. China intends to destroy Hong Kongers. Apart from Han descent, we have profound difference of cultural identity, language, social attitude, and value. Last year, we have witnessed numbers of Hong Kongers were allegedly murdered without acknowledgement or further investigations. Countless protesters were seriously injured by unnecessary police brutality, and many youngsters were arrested from the street for no reason, even during the peaceful protests. Since the movement began, We have lost count of number of cases that show a drastic violation of human rights. Hereby, I would like to share some recent cases for the audience to have a clear picture of what had happened, and it is still ongoing. Due to a homework discussions about the freedom of speech and Hong Kong independence, an elementary school teacher was disqualified by the government. 12 Hong Kong youths were detained under China police custody because of illegal border crossing to Taiwan from Hong Kong. And it has been over 50 days already without further updates. Over 86 citizens were arrested on the China National Day due to the suspicions of violations of national security law, who might be the first group of people sentenced for lifelong imprisonment. On the other side, the Hong Kong government has honored 94 police officers who are responsible for the crackdown of the pro-democracy protests. The picture is crystal clear. The Chinese Communist Party is interfering the internal affair with the so-called high autonomy in Hong Kong in every aspect, including legislation, administration, implementation, education, social value, ideology, and so on. Essentially, most of the Hong Kongers, as I know, we never asked to be an independent country. Yet, China keeps spreading its conspiracy behind their walls to their people in order to isolate our voice between Hong Kongers and Chinese. We were too comfortable to cooperate with China under the 50 years framework. People just want to live in stability and prosperity. We can notice more voices stand and talk about Hong Kong independence, definitely after witness of Chinese ridiculously brutal behavior. This is seemingly a usual measurement of Chinese Communist Party to oppress the minority. They keep pushing our bottom line, trying to change our fundamental value. They won't stop attempting to stigmatize the democratic demand in order to accomplish their desire. They label the protester as terrorists, enlarge the echo of secession, create hatred and mass panic along foul charts to oppress Hong Kongers. And they have already done the same to Tibetan and Uyghurs. China's human rights problem is not just a domestic problem, but a universal affair. We can see the international world is awakening from the China dream days ago. On the 6th of October, Germany needs statements in the United Nations, with almost 40 countries expressing grave concern and condemning China abuse human rights in East Turkestan, Tibet, and Hong Kong. It is all started by an unreliable promise that lead Hong Kong to the recent situation. A powerful and untrustworthy regime is influencing the world. We missed the time while Tibet was suppressed by the CCP in 1959, as well as the moment while East Turkestan was oppressed in 1989. If we stay ignorant and overlook this opportunity to save Hong Kong, to free the people from Tibet and East Turkestan, to keep our eyes on Taiwan and Inner Mongolia. Other 30 years later, if you think about what you have done in 2020, you would only sigh and wonder why you were not involved enough. It goes without saying that we need your help and awareness before it is too late. It is the time to stand with the people who were suffered in the past, who are suffering right now, and who is going to be the next. We can stand together and hold China accountable, or we can choose to become the next victim. Thank you.
Farida, thank you very much. We have still approximately 30 minutes for questions. So let me start with mine, and then maybe we'll follow up with the chat ones, or we will see. So my first question is to His Excellency Lobsang Sangay, and it's about the COVID time. You mentioned COVID time, so I would like to ask is the Chinese influence abroad and the human rights violation on minorities that PRC at home likely to strengthen in the post-pandemic world or not? What is your opinion, please?
Yeah, if the world continues as business as usual, then yes, I think the Chinese government hand will only be strengthened, and human rights violations of quote-unquote minorities will continue. Because there are many countries who support China. For example, at the Human Rights Council, Chinese government has tried and have succeeded to redefine human rights. They have passed 2 resolutions. Food over freedom, development over democracy. And majority of the members of the Human Rights Council voted with the Chinese government. Now, Chinese government, they want to make it into a statutory, right? And the Russian expert-led committee has endorsed that as well. So if it actually becomes the real definition of human rights, then yes, Chinese government can act with impunity in the name of poverty alleviation. What people, what's happening with Uyghur people and Tibetans, so they can get away with it. Having said that, there is an opportunity now. The recent Pew Research survey have come out with a report that the trust deficit against China is very high. So many people in the world are not trusting. I think 24 or so European mainly and North America and Australia and I think Japan was included in the survey. Now 75 to 80 to 84% of the population in these 24 democratic countries do not trust Chinese government and Chinese leadership. So this is an opportunity. We have been saying for the last 60 years, if you truly want to understand China, you must know what is going on in Tibet, what happened in Tibet, what's happening in Tibet. People ignored us. Now the whole world is paying the price with this pandemic. It's a lack of transparency, lack of democracy, lack of human rights in China, which led to this pandemic, the information not being shared, and the whole world is paying the price. So similarly, they are trying to control United Nations, redefine human rights. If they get away with it, and their hand will be strengthened. So there are countries which are, who are supporting Chinese government. So we all should be vigilant. So this is the time to come out in the street, come out openly from this bilateral closed door discussion on human rights. It's over. Now they should come out and the government should demand reciprocity. If Wang Yi comes to Europe, Foreign Minister of Czech Republic should demand to go to Tibet and go to East Turkestan and go to Hong Kong. So this kind of reciprocity has to be demanded. And hence action is needed. So we have to magnify the voices of Tibetans and Uyghurs and people in Hong Kong, definitely.
Thank you very much. I would just add that our head of Senate recently visited Taiwan, and you probably heard about a reaction from the Chinese side. Mr. Turkel, would you add something to? Yes, please.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. I agree with everything that Sikyong said. 3 of us sitting in this panel can easily say, we told you so to the world. It's quite easy. As like my brother Lobsang Sangay said, we've been telling the world, and we reminded the world that something is coming to them, and we've been ignored. Whatever is happening today around the world is something that we can easily say we've seen this movie before. Tibet and East Turkestan were fooled with this fake autonomy. When you look at the actual text, it looks and reads very reasonably. And they did the same thing with Hong Kong. They recycle leadership. They test each other's homeland as a testing run. An example of this Chinese Adolf Eichmann that people have been correctly calling Chen Zhenguo was in Tibet. He tested certain methods, surveillance, it worked, mass detention worked, religious persecution worked for him, and he got promoted, and he started this modern day genocide. And similarly, he tested out this legislation called, a local legislation called de-extremification measure, and the world ignored. And it was so draconian. The 48 behaviors listed in Foreign Policy magazine include something like growing beard for style. And then with that kind of legitimization, the world ignored again, and they come up with national security law in Hong Kong. So this is like, it's coming kind of almost like endless a testing of international community's resolute and conscience. It's just mind-boggling that some countries mistakenly believe that China handled this global health crisis properly. Actually, the opposite. Had they been transparent, had they been implemented good governance, had they allowed the international health expert to get access, we would not having this problem. We're losing about 1,500 people every day in the United States. The numbers are adding up. Everybody's life is interrupted. And the international community has to wake up this brutality. And I'd like to end by saying this, reminding this. Even the PPEs, the personal protective equipment, been sent around the world, made by modern-day slaves named Uyghurs. Think about that. Think about that. This is where we are.
Thank you. Loretta, maybe do you want to
Yeah,
add
I really
something as well?
agree. Yeah, I really agree. Both of the president. I really want to share one very personal perspective as a Hong Konger. I was living in Hong Kong for 30 years, and to be honest, that Hong Kongers has been always don't care about politics that much, because we were talking about that Hong Kong as a international financial center, and we heard about the thing in East Turkestan. We heard about Tibet. What I want to say is, I think as a Hong Konger, that we actually, for that, we're part of the Western history with the Western culture. And the thing is about, we always lack of empathy. We thought that is far away from us. It's not going to happen in our land. And when it's once happened and it's just come in 1 year, definitely everything's changed. And when I went back to Hong Kong last January, and then when I see what is happening there, I couldn't believe in my eyes, because I was in Prague for only 2 years, and I thought Hong Kong will be fine, as always. But actually, the change can be profound. And what I want to tell the Western world, the people, is please be compassionate. And you have to know that something is going to happen one day also, not just to us, maybe also to you.
All right, thank you. My second question, it's about exporting the China model of approach to human rights. So I would like to ask maybe first Mr. Turkel, how much is Beijing actually interested in exporting its China model of approach to human rights? It was mentioned that they proclaim that economic rights are above human rights and laws. So what do you think? Are they going to continue with this narrative, and is going to the rest of the world listen and follow this? Thank you.
I'd like to start by saying that whatever is happening in East Turkestan, Tibet, and Hong Kong are not about no longer a local issue. This is going to affect everybody's life for the following reason. Number one, China is exporting its repressive model. If you look at the way that they have divided the international community with 3 C's: corrosive, corrupt, coercive influence campaign, buying out silence, promoting their way of repressing political dissent, monitoring people's political activities. Europe, Central Eastern Europe is particularly vulnerable. is one thing that need to be talked about almost every day. And the other thing that has not been appreciated and discussed enough is this digital authoritarianism, that also the countries around the world are very vulnerable. Hong Kong, Tibet, East Turkestan have been effectively used as a laboratory for surveillance, facial recognition, voice recognition, a compulsory installment of monitoring apps on the phones, smartphones, and the Chinese government has been actively promoting this surveillance technology around the world. When I spoke at Oslo Freedom Forum last May, I listed 36 countries based on New York Times reporting. About a month ago, my commission held a hearing. One of our experts told us that 83 countries currently have adopted China's digital authoritarianism. So this promotion of 5G actually comes with a huge price. We're speaking at a European country organized conference. I call on the European countries, particularly the countries that have experience with communism, fascism, Nazi Germany, to be very mindful. Cloud-powered, AI-powered, modern-day Stasi is coming to you. So it needs to be discussed. And also, not only there, it's not stopping there. The China is also promoting so-called Chinese judicial model based on the information that we have been obtained and some of the investigative reporting published in credible newspapers. They also training police forces, law enforcement, and the judges in certain countries, namely like New Zealand police. What do they do in China? New Zealand police reportedly being trained by the Chinese police. The Turkish judges reportedly being trained by Chinese quote-unquote judges. So these are disturbing, very challenging trends that the international community could pay attention to. Martin Niemöller's famous phrases have been invoked many times. When you continue to feel indifferent, when they come to you, no one will be speaking for you.
Thank you. I have one more question, maybe to His Excellency. Some experts are saying that the PRC still lacks this discourse power, the ability to be superpower in terms of intellectual power. Do you think that this is so important for Beijing and for other PRC or China following countries? Do you think they?
Well,
please.
Yeah, I think the Washington Consensus was the norm, followed by international community and business and everything. So after the 2008 financial crisis, a serious alternative was proposed, which is called Beijing Consensus, which is the Chinese government's model of having a one-party totalitarian control system which denies political rights, but there is economic growth and poverty elevation. So Beijing Consensus was discussed in the mainstream. I think major news media, television discussed it. Many think tanks wrote about it. So, the intellectual capacity or discourse that China can bring, it's underestimated. I think once they do that, the Beijing Consensus was proposed as an alternative to replace the Washington Consensus. And also, you should understand that China experts, we call sinologists, 90% of the sinologists are sympathetic towards, or they lean towards, or speak for the Chinese government or the Beijing Consensus, things like that, primarily because if you look at the Soviet experts, 90% spoke against Soviet Union and the communist or the one-party system of Soviet Union. But it's just the opposite, mainly because now there are many sinologists who are pro-democracy, pro-human rights. But once they speak out, like Andrew Nathan and others, their visas are denied. They're banned going to China. So once you're a China expert, if you cannot visit China, then your expertise is questioned. Right, so the Chinese government use visa as a leverage, as a tool to blackmail sinologists, and many are given, shares in businesses, right, and many are given, funds for their projects. So this is how they influence. So intellectual discourse or capacity can be bought or coerced. So it's very important to know that what the Chinese government is capable of. So not just the, even as my friend mentioned about digital authoritarianism or digital surveillance, right? Again, this is facilitated by United Nations, telecommunication agency. Now, who sits there? A Chinese official sits there, right? So the 5G, all these things, again, are promoted. Chinese-related 5Gs are promoted and facilitated by UN agency because Chinese government official sits there as the Secretary General or the Assistant Secretary General, So the reach of the Chinese government, we should not underestimate, including the intellectual capacity. So we should be very, very vigilant.
Thank you for that, and thank you very much for that remark about the sinologist. I have to say that we in the synopsis are not among the 90%, but you're right.
Yes.
So maybe Mr. Turkel, can you react to that question as well, please?
Yes, it is. It's not. I cannot say that it's us against them, but the threat, the people in various capitals, particularly in Washington, have been discussing this China threat concept. This is not overstated. Early on, when the United States, under the United States leadership, when the Chinese were brought into the international system, particularly the economic system, the wishful thinking was that, well, they will become one of us one day. We will be dancing in Tiananmen Square, cherishing the democratic norms that they establish. I think people should be having a buyer's remorse today. And I can sense that someone being in Washington and having both private and public conversations about these issues. The consensus, especially on the United States Capitol, Congress, is that this is a real threat. This is a real challenge. This is a national security threat. This is a challenge to our democratic norms. This is a challenge to privacy. This is a challenge to civil rights. And also this is a moral challenge because they bring back things like cotton trade that the United States is very regretful about. They're bringing people, making people to talk about what happened to never again, all over again. They're talking about concentration camps. I personally thought that we were done with it. I was born in re-education at the height of the Cultural Revolution. My dad was in a labor camp. I was in a re-education camp with my mother. I didn't even talk about it until 3 years ago. I thought that we don't have to talk about these things. Who's bringing this back? China. Who's ignoring the rule of law in Hong Kong? China. Who's challenging the international rules-based system? China. Who's spreading authoritarianism? China. Who's buying out silence? China. This everything. Who's causing? Who has been? Which country has been the main source of today's global healthcare crisis? China. So the people rightfully, public opinion recently gathered by Pew Research shows that vast majority of the people around the world, not only in the United States, we're talking about over 80% negative opinion in China. So it is incumbent upon people who has power, who sits in the government, policymakers, lawmakers, diplomats, to not only do gut checking, revisit some of their past policies that brought us a miserable failure.
Thank you for that. I have one question maybe to all of you. I know our time is running. So what should the West do? How the West should react to the genocide in Xinjiang, violation of human rights in Tibet, in Inner Mongolia, or in Hong Kong? Impose economic sanctions, and does any action targeting the regime, the CCP, doesn't make the Chinese people suffer first and foremost, and also give a powerful tool to the Chinese regime and its propaganda? Like, in other words, say the West is bad, let's show our strength, let's unify under the red flag or something. So what we as a West should do, how we can help? Maybe Loretta, can you start, please?
Yeah, what I want to say is not to underestimate of yourself, because everybody counts. A lot of people might think that is what we can do is only too small. But actually, if we, all of us, have compassion, have empathy, and then we do something, we try to use what we know and tell the other people, that actually really help the whole movement go on, but not just staying at home, seeing that happen and not helping for anything. For the Western people, actually, every people also counts. Like, as you say, the sanction that might happen, like economic collapse in Hong Kong, that we all count already. All the Hong Kong people know that. And we know that what we are fighting for. And please, the whole world can help and everyone could do something.
Okay, thank you. Excellency, please, could you add something? Or give us advice?
Every morning the Chinese leaders, wake up. They don't read Xinhua News Agency and watch CCTV. They know pretty much a day before what are the headlines going to be. But they watch CNN and they read New York Times and Washington Post and BBC. You see, so they care what the rest of the world say or do, right? So more people speak out about human rights, then more Chinese people and the government will listen to. Now, there is offensive way to do it and defensive way to do it. Offensively, yes. Blanket economic sanctions, I don't think so. But targeted economic sanctions, yes. Now, CNN has come out with the news that what they call black gold, about the hair, right, which are manufactured in Xinjiang, are exported to America and European countries, and and they're bought, right? So similarly, there are companies which are involved in gold mining, let's say, or copper mining in Tibet. So these companies should be made accountable. And so we all know about the Marriott Hotel, right? One employee posted a quote of His Holiness Dalai Lama or Tibet on his Facebook or social media profile, and the Chinese government demanded that quote be pulled out, and the head of the Marriott Hotel had to apologize to the Chinese government. I mean, can you imagine someone in Western country, right? An employee of Marriott Hotel is posting something, and then head of the Marriott company should go and apologize to the Chinese government. So this kind of behavior should not be tolerated. So hence, targeted sanctions and actions are needed. But more importantly, defensive, right? For example, they use elite co-optation. So this is what they did in Tibet, this is what they did in Turkestan, they're doing in Hong Kong, and they're trying to do it in Taiwan as well. We should not forget the people in Taiwan. How they either corrupt or coerce a politician to speak for the Chinese government. How the business people are made to invest in China, or they get in Chinese investment and influence them. How intellectuals, as I already said, sinologists are, visa is even used, and even they were given stocks and investment as well. Journalists, right? how they are taken to China and given this red carpet entertainment and guided tour, and they all come back with the same headlines. China has improved human rights conditions of Chinese people. Poverty alleviation program is going on very good. So this elite cooptation that's taking place in your own country, that you should be very much aware of, right? These are the things you can do. And finally, I already said this, bilateral dialogue on human rights between, Chinese foreign ministry officials and the foreign ministry officials of all the countries, including European countries, is bygone. It's useless. It doesn't help. Rather, foreign ministry should issue statements. The parliament should discuss human rights conditions of Tibetan people and other people in China openly. And a few days ago, UK Parliament did that. A few days ago, German Bundestag did that, and also US Congress. Similarly, there has to be a coordination and coalition of countries doing same thing at the same time. This is how you can push back the Chinese government. So, even the Chinese people are looking up to the world and international community, whether they will stand up for human rights of not just Tibetan people, including Han Chinese people also. More you speak up for them, more they will be emboldened, and more they will be in the streets. So silence is complicit. First thing, we can begin with speaking out for human rights in China.
Thank you. Mr. Turkel, please.
I concur with my colleagues about those wonderful suggestions as to what international community should do. One of the I'd like to add a few more. One is the recognition. Recognition is almost as important as taking a real action. I mean, that follows, that results in action. So recognizing what is happening as a genocide, as a expansionism, threat to democracy, threat to national security, threat to human values, and also a promotion of racism, the kind of recognition need to be made all around the world. And also, Lobsang Sangay mentioned the business community briefly. When you deal with the issues like this, the Hong Kong, East Turkestan, now the Mongolia, Inner Mongolia, Taiwan, and Tibet, you reasonably expect luminaries around the world, business leaders, the Hollywood elites to speak, right? I can't find anyone. There's only a handful of people, maybe a few, have spoken out and paid the ultimate price. We should go out and not only encourage them, but also protect them. China has been kicking out journalists out of China, denying renewal of their credentials, threatening China experts with the visa restrictions, threatening the business community, the Hollywood studios with access to Chinese market. Our governments, the democratic governments, should provide them means and ways to protect their business interest. So, I make a living by doing compliance work. I always tell my clients and people that I represent that we should export our good corporate practices, good corporate practice to the other countries, not bring them to home. So that kind of approach could be very helpful. We're talking about forced labor, the modern day slavery. 13 tons of Uyghur women's hair was seized and also cited in the CNN piece, the chilling piece that the Sikyong was citing. How many women's hair would make up 13 tons of hair? That was only one shipment. The hair is the most visible sign of beauty for any woman, not only for the Uyghur woman. So this is also a similar type of standard for the Tibetan movement. Are we going to start seeing Tibetan women's hair to be sold around the world? Are you looking for dark brown, light brown, black hair in the stores for, improve your beauty? Are you going to use Uyghur women and Tibetan women's hair in the future? These kind of gut checking, need to be done in the citizens level. If you put pressure on the corporate global brand, we talk about more than 80 brands. All of the things that we touch, believed to be produced by Uyghur slaves. I'll give you a stat that you will know that this is a serious problem. From April 2019 through 2020, the same year, 1 year period, the exports from the forced labor camps or Xinjiang-based products coming to the United States increased by 250% and almost 200% to Italy. If you go to USCIS website, there's a fact sheet that you can find information. So this is happening as we speak. So the citizens have, consumers have a huge responsibilities. Next time when you touch a cotton product made in China, the chance of that being made by Uyghur slaves are very, very good, very high. At the end of the day, when you look at it, 80% of the made in China cotton products were sourced in East Turkestan. More than 20% of the cotton product export from China to the world sourced in East Turkestan. So that can easily be a tackled issue by consumers through a citizens' activism. And also, I cannot be more grateful to the United States government for the unprecedented historic policy and legislative responses coming out of Washington in attempts to address the atrocities in Tibet, in East Turkestan, also the political repression in Hong Kong. We've seen legislations, we're seeing powerful statements. US politicians talk day in, day out, almost every day about these issues. They're like one of the main issues in the China talking points. The other countries, instead of criticizing the United States, we should be focusing on the countries not doing anything. This is not about some administration or a president trying to use these issues for the benefit of trade negotiation. Let me highlight this. Religious freedom is the first human rights for the American people. It's in the Declaration of Independence. It's not about, when the United States talk about human rights and religious freedom, it's not about some geopolitical interest-centric statement. The United States government, American people believe the religious freedom, religious persecution is the precursor for genocide. It's a crime against humanity. So instead of criticizing the policy initiatives coming out of China, to the United States or China, the other countries should join the effort, just like the way that it did a few days ago at the UN. 40 countries came out criticizing China's concentration camps and demanding unfettered access. So global response, collaborated, concerted, is something absolutely necessary. United States government cannot tackle this alone. Targeted economic sanction, recognition, consumer reaction are the things that can force the Chinese government to change its behavior.
Thank you very much for that. I'm sorry, I think our time has run out, so let me summarize a bit our debate. Firstly, it was said here that we are here online today because of COVID-19, the pandemic that was caused by PRC or in China, or developed in China. So important thing now, how His Excellency Lobsang Sangay say, either we will transform PRC or they will change us. And this is important message, not just for Uyghur people, Tibetan people, Hong Kongers, but it's for the whole world, for the whole Europe and world. Mrs. Loretta Lau said, China is trying to kill Hong Kongers. The CCP is influencing Hong Kong, and Hong Kong is not a Hong Kong doesn't have just its own problem. This is a universal problem, what is happening right now. I would like also thank Mr. Turkel, who mentioned the situation in Xinjiang and compare the situation with the situation during the Second World War, during the Nazi rule in Europe, and how he pointed out we shouldn't be silent. It's time to speak out. It's time to speak out, and it's time to start cooperate, and cooperation and coordination is important. So thank you very much to all of you, these three important voices who are willing to speak out and sharing their opinions. Thank you very much to our listeners, and I hope that next time we will not meet just online, but we could meet face to face and see each other. So once more, thank you very much and have a nice evening or day. Goodbye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Thank you.
am honored to be here, and I want to thank President Havel for convening another extraordinary gathering of Forum 2000.
So those people, please think more seriously, and we should develop new ideas, and then important is implementation.
Dámy a pánové, vážení přítomní, já vás co nejsrdečněji vítám na konferenci Forum 2000.
The world is upside down. How should we put it back together? Are we able to act responsibly? Can we work together, play by the rules, and restore solidarity? Let's use this crisis as an opportunity. A new world emerging? Watch the online Forum 2000 conference, October 12th to 14th.
Oh, now I can see my co-discussants. Online? Should we start? So, finally we made it. After some technical difficulties, this kind of international conference connecting people from all over the globe digitally is, of course, an experiment. But now we can start with our evening-long panel on climate change after COVID, which may be a little bit over-optimistic because we will have to deal with COVID-19 for the foreseeable future. So we have to deal with a double challenge, climate change and COVID-19 at the same time. I guess the common point of departure of our evening discussion is that there's no doubt that climate change is the most pressing challenge for the decades to come, with a deep impact on human security, on economic prosperity, on global health, and even on the future of our young democracies. And at the same time, it's clear that we are significantly behind schedule if we want to limit global warming to 1.5 or maximum 2%, preventing it from crossing thresholds when global warming will spiral out of control and become non-manageable. So I'm very glad to have three speakers tonight, which are all heavily and deeply engaged in climate change and climate policy. I will start with Arunbha Ghosh. He's the founder and the chief executive officer of the Council on Energy, Environment and Water, one of the leading climate think tanks globally. And he's affiliated to very much institutions and activities, governmental-wise, civil society, and in science to fight climate change. Welcome, Arunbha.
Thank you.
The next one, Luisa Neubauer. All of those who are a little bit familiar with Germany know her. She's one of, I would say, the most visible and popular activist of Fridays for Future in Germany. Member of the Foundation for the Rights of the Future Generations, 350-degree org, the Right Livelihood Award Foundation, the Fossil Free Campaign, and a lot of other activities. Welcome, Luisa. And finally, Bedrich Moldan. He is the founder and director of the Charles University Environment Center and a member of the Forum 2000 Foundation Program Council. He played a crucial role in the introduction of environmental legislation after 1989 in Czechia and served as the first Czech Minister of Environment, and since then in many national and international public policy positions. So welcome, Bedřich. Without further ado, because we are a little bit late, I would like to start with an opening question to all of you. What is the impact of the corona crisis on the fight against climate change? Has it changed public political priorities? Will COVID-19 slow down efforts to stop global warming, or can we turn it into an opportunity to speed up the ecological transition of our economies, maybe with a look to the European Union and the European Green Deal program, which is not just a traditional economical recovery program, but at least has the aspiration to use this crisis as an opportunity to go forward in greening our economies. So I would like to start again with Arunaba. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Ralph, and good evening to everyone. It's late in the evening here in India, and good day to those listening in from other parts of the world. And many thanks to Forum 2000 for inviting me to speak on this important issue. The short answer is that the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic has resulted in two kinds of responses with regards to the fight against climate change. The first is a realization that tail-end risks are not something that we can ignore. The second is an excuse that the fight against climate change can be postponed. Now, these are two sort of centrifugal forces that are going to compete against each other. Why? What is a tail-end risk? These are risks that have, on paper, low probability, but when they come true, they have devastating impact. The pandemic is one such example. No one expected it to happen at this scale, but when it did, it shut down the whole world. Climate risks are non-linear, which means that as we progress through time, those risks are actually going to increase. So what is the tail risk today becomes the normal in the future. But what the pandemic does, it makes us understand or makes us realize that should such climate risks unfold, whether it's a coastal flooding event, a once-in-a-century event, or once-in-3 centuries event beginning to happen much more frequently, or whether it's severe drought, or it's loss in agricultural produce. These are things that we can no longer ignore because they have not just an environmental impact, but can significantly disrupt at least the way we think we want to lead our lives. However, on the other side, there is, of course, the urgency of having to recover the economies from the depths that they have fallen. And that's a problem for the developed world, for the developing world, and for emerging economies in between. And that is why some governments are perhaps not taking the crisis as seriously now, thinking that their first priority is to try and get the economies back on an economic growth trajectory. So these different forces will only come together when we realize that there is only one way out of this. And that one way is that we deliver on three things simultaneously: jobs, growth, and sustainability. And often when we evaluate public policy, and I've been looking at not just India, but emerging Asia, North America, Europe, we often begin to see that these three priorities tend to present before us a so-called impossible trinity. That we can achieve two, but not all three. And that's the notion that we have to negate with evidence and with action. If we did that, then the fight against climate change actually gets a boost as a result of the pandemic, Because we realize we can deliver on sustainability even if we are trying to fulfill on jobs and growth. I can get the details later, but let me stop here for now.
Thank you very much, Audaba. I would like to pass to Luisa Neubauer, I guess with a critical assessment on the state of European politics. But first, I would like to ask you if you would agree to this kind of trinity Audaba just was mentioning, this trias of jobs, growth and sustainability that we have to combine and to deal with simultaneously in parallel.
Hello.
Hello.
Thank you so much for having me, and thank you so much for the kind introduction. So the essence, what I just took away from what Audaba just pointed out so eloquently, is that the corona crisis has the potential, at least, to distract us and to provide welcomed excuses. And the other important thing, I think, here is that we are indeed, though, capable on tackling several crises at the same time if we decided that we want to. That is what the corona crisis did. It showed, and it still shows, if we are willing to, if we really want, we can take a crisis seriously. And in terms of the climate crisis, that was in doubt for a long time, obviously. So I think that is something that we can surely take away from the corona crisis when we combine. Let me just elaborate on that for one sentence. If we come back to your main question on the interconnectedness between corona and the climate, I think one aspect that is often overlooked is the question of where does the drive, the forces, the push for climate action comes from. And that is not governments alone. It is not even mostly government, but it is or has been in the last couple of years civil society that has been pushing for climate action, that has been, driving a discourse, and that has made possible that such developments, like in the last 2 years, as we saw all over the world in the terms of climate, were possible. If there's now a corona crisis that is kind of occupying lots of people's lives, that is kind of threatening people in a different way, it also absorbs in a very dangerous way civil society's potential to push for climate action on the governmental side. So governments will do eventually, or at least democratic governments tend to do, at least what many people ask for, or what they think they might be asking for, or what they might want. Yet if public spaces and political spaces shut down, if it's not possible to protest on the streets, it is shutting up and for at least pausing an incredibly important source of non-governmental political power that comes from the street, that comes from the people. That is what I'm most worried about when it comes to the corona pandemic and its impact on the climate. Coming back to your questions, Ralph, I think looking at the climate, we need to understand that the climate is less a problem or an issue or one thing that we need to solve next to many others, but it's a basic assumption that the world is changing in catastrophic ways. We are seeing now a 1.2 degree warmer world, and it is on fire. At least parts of it, and other parts are melting, and we're seeing livelihoods being degraded every single day. And that is not, you can't overlook that. So I think understanding the climate more as a fundamental assessment on which we need to, build up other political ideas and goals is a more fruitful attempt to understand this. Organizing society for the future within the climate crisis and within our attempts to solve it is surely right. And that has to do with jobs as well. As growth, however, on the growth aspect, I would argue on what kind of growth we're talking about, because obviously there's no law that says that people can only be happy if you keep on digging for resources. So it's quite the opposite. But of course, an increase in education, and you can call that growth, of course, an increase in happiness and infrastructure, of course, and access to basic human rights and job guarantees. All those things, of course, are part of that better future that we are fighting for, which by the end of the day just depends on if we are able to solve the climate crisis quickly and just enough.
Thanks a lot, Luisa. Maybe we come back to the growth issue a little bit later. I guess the perspective on economic growth differs fundamentally if you're living in Germany or in India or in Africa, or maybe even in Czechia, Bedrich. What are the priorities in Central Eastern Europe now, and how do you see the link between COVID-19 and climate change?
Okay, thank you. Let me say something from a little different perspective. If we look at the two enormous crises, that is COVID crisis and climate change crisis, they have something in common. And this is just one thing, and it is that both are very global. And I think that we all are realizing that this is both are global issues, but unlike the climate issue, the governments mostly regard and deal with the COVID crisis as they would be a national crisis, and this is in fact very bad. And we should look at various aspects of that. First of all, certainly closing the borders, and finally, if we are looking at the development of the possible cure and all the things which are being prepared from the pharmaceutical industry, we should be very much aware that this should and must not be a national priority, that they must be also taken globally. What I feel is that people in the growing sentiment among people is that this nationalistic attitude is very bad indeed in principle and generally, and especially certainly in a connection, in context with the climate crisis. And so what I would like to stress is two recommendations. One is for the governments, stay away from the nationalistic principle and be more oriented towards global cooperation. And the second is also the same message for the non-governmental sector, because I see sometimes even the non-governmental organizations and other non-governmental entities a certain tendency to confine ourselves into the national framework, and I think that this is really a way to hell. And I am a little afraid that the same applies also to the European Union as a whole, and therefore I very much appreciate if the European Commission and European Parliament and certainly the whole European Union is stressing the role of global public goods, because the management of the of the climate crisis must be seen as a real global public good, and we should, all of us, try to help and to contribute to this, to the creation of this global public good. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bedrich. I would like to dig a little bit deeper in this comparison you made between the nature of COVID-19 and the nature of climate change. Obviously, both are global phenomena and need enhance the international cooperation and common action. While we observed during the corona crisis that we had the reverse effect, as you mentioned, closing borders and looking for national solutions, national answers to limit at least the spread of COVID-19. Maybe slowly we are now in a learning process that we need this kind of international cooperation in research and development, but also kind of solidarity to assist poorer countries in their health care systems. But I would like to point to another aspect of the corona experience. If you're looking to the reaction of most governments, at least in the West, it was about restriction, to restrict mobility, to restrict public activities, to restrict social life, and of course to also to restrict to a certain extent economic activities. We saw a decline of global trade, of global exchange, disruption of global value chains during the COVID-19 because of this nationalization of our policies. And yet, although we had a dramatic economic decline, especially in the developing world and also in some European countries, up to 15% reduction of GDP, the reduction of global CO2 emissions at the highest point of the shutdown in April was only around about 17%. So what would you say? Is this the way to deal with climate change, by restrictions, by limiting social and economic activities? Is this the way we should deal with climate change, or do we have to look for another response? Who would like to start? Maybe again, Arunabha.
Well, thank you. Again, the short answer is no. Not just because restrictions are hard to sustain over a very long period of time, but as you just said, Ralph, that even if we did shut down the entire planet, we still did not manage to, on average, get, the estimation was that through the course of 2020, we would have maybe a 5 to 7% reduction in emissions globally, in the best case scenario. Yeah. And that's still falling short of what the UNEP emissions gap report suggests of more than 7.5% of emissions reduction year on year. So clearly, what, again, the pandemic has done is it's, despite the unfortunate public health and humanitarian crisis, it's actually played out for us a social experiment at scale that demonstrates that this way will not work, that we keep emitting till one day we decide to not emit is not going to work. And if you look at the number of scenarios that look at overshoots in emissions, on the assumption that in a year, say after 2035 or 2040 or 2050, we can pull the curve down and get in negative emissions territory and all will be well. The pandemic is telling us that approach is a foolhardy approach. So what is the alternative? The alternative is that we have to, number one, reassess how we value growth. Unless we put in a value to the natural capital, of using the natural capital and preserving the natural capital and monetize it, we will not be able to redefine that highly crude metric which we call GDP. Once we begin to revalue growth, we have to revalue what we mean by inclusive growth. And that is where distribution of the way the economic opportunities are created for the poor, for migrant labor, for people affected by climate and environmental catastrophes, etc., we have to again place a premium on creating opportunity for such vulnerable communities. When we bring those two different revaluations together of growth and of inclusive growth, then we see that all the things that looked expensive, that looked not possible in terms of sustainability, suddenly actually begins to look like the most obvious thing to do. Not because you are a tree hugger, so to speak, but because from a mainstream economics perspective, you begin to put capital towards where you get the best return. And you get the best return on the assets that you value the most. So that really has to be the way forward. Shutting down the planet cannot be. The pandemic has proven to us that that's not going to succeed.
So, Luisa, would you like to comment on these remarks? And in addition to that, I would like to invite you. I think this is quite of interest for our audience to comment on the European Green Deal. Is this an example for the world? Is this the way forward, or where do you see the shortcomings?
Yes. So, firstly, on the aspect of how do we approach growth and how do we value our living environment, I think that is a very good point, a very important one as well, that you just made. What we are, like the way rich nations around the world, and I'm in particular talking here about Germany right now, where we're living is not something we could technically afford. And it is also something that only works out because we're ignoring the tremendous cost, both in damages and both on human suffering, that this lifestyle is producing. This is not something that can work out in the long run, and everything would change at the point that we would, stop valuing this lifestyle, that economic system, that economic approach on growth, on GDP, but on, for instance, well-being, on sustainability, etc. Quickly touching up on your question, Ralph, on the question of how do we deal with Corona and the crisis, we need to understand that obviously the Corona pandemic is an inherently different crisis to the climate crisis. These are two very different issues. Some things overlap and some things we can learn from one crisis for another. Yet eventually we're talking of a decade-long transformation, a deep transformation in the industrial revolution style when we talk on the climate crisis. On Corona, we're talking short-term, we're talking of a health crisis and something that can be solved eventually with a vaccine. And there's no vaccine for the climate. So this is, I think something that is that kind of, answer that question to that point. Obviously, we cannot take the Corona crisis as an example of how do we deal with the climate crisis. But when it comes to lockdowns, when it comes to restrictions, I think a very, very important lesson that we have learned here across the world even is what happens if we don't prevent, if we don't invest in prevention, crisis prevention. And for the climate crisis, we are very well aware what this means. It means drastic emission reductions now. Things will get tough, and eventually they will get less. We will lose freedom. We will lose the time to make shared decisions.
We will slip into kind of emergency government. Yeah.
Sorry?
we will slip into a kind of emergency regime. Yeah.
Yes, and I think that is something that we need to. So if we're looking for free democracies and we want to strengthen them, we prevent crises and we invest in resilience. And that means, in terms of the climate crisis, as just mentioned, it means an emission reduction every single year for a long time. And that is a tough transition that's before us, yet we can imagine what the alternative is. And I don't think that is favorable for anyone. When it comes to solutions, of course, the Green Deal is talking of the European Green Deal. We need to understand that a Green Deal has kind of on the ambition side. So looking at where we are now in terms of the climate crisis, we simply don't have time, nor should we, start with solutions that aren't, or I don't see a point in, celebrating solutions that aren't in line with the Paris Agreement. And the Green Deal is maybe a framework that can be filled with, solutions that are coherent enough and radical enough to get along the lines of the Paris Agreement. And I mean, the American alternative is sort of trying to get there. But for that, I believe the Green Deal is, from my perspective, a framework that can be very, very hopeful at that point as it starts treating the climate crisis as the kind of crisis it is, and very much delivers on the emission reduction side.
So thanks. Bedrich, what is the European Green Deal about? It's about huge investments, public and private in investments in popping up, in accelerating the energy revolution, phasing out fossil fuels, moving to alternative energies. It's about electric mobility. It's about the reconstruction of our cities, making them climate neutral. It is even about finding sustainable solutions for the heavy industries like the chemical industry or the cement industry. So this is, I would say, a kind of framework, as Luisa said it, for a kind of a green industrial revolution. What does it mean from your perspective? Do you think Europe can become a pioneer in this transition of our industrial society?
I hope very much that Europe can be a sort of pioneer, and that if we look at the world situation today, there certainly the pioneers are lacking. And if you look, for instance, to the role which unfortunately plays the U.S. in these days, who else than Europe? It couldn't. I hope very much that Europe could be in position to not to only dwell on the frameworks and big ideas, but will be able to elaborate fully the details of the Green Deal. I think the Green Deal is a great idea. I would even say this is the only way how to get out of the climate crisis. I definitely don't think the shutdown of the whole economy or whatever else similar could be the solution. There must be the way forward, but I am not quite sure. Two things to that. One is really, we would definitely stress that the Europe must work very hard on the details, because as always the devil is in the details. And second, there must be all kind of provisions and rules and all the measures which should be applied. I have in mind from my own experience in the past, a very important issue is indicators. We have a rather not very good indicators for the economic growth. Was already mentioned. GDPs is not really the only one, and not perhaps the most good one. So we should look at these indicators and be aware that they could play a very important role in mobilizing the public awareness and the pushing, so to say, the public sentiment into the right course. Let me just even one aspect which I started with, and this is the aspect of the global difference between COVID and climate crisis. If you look at the economic aspect of both, then and I am not talking about the impacts of the COVID, the impact of the shutting down the whole economies in whole countries, but how to go forward. And one thing is to help in the not only development but also the use of the preventive and curing devices like different pharmaceuticals, and we should look at the fact that if the prevention by means of some sort of vaccine could be effective, there should be the distribution among millions and millions, billions actually people, and this means also the financial and economic burden, and we should look at that as a big challenge, which is which stands in front of the global community, and it could be a sort of guidance also for how to deal with the climate crisis. There also should be a global solidarity, starting with European Union, the US, and other rich countries, starting perhaps with the Green Deal for Europe, and not forgetting that it is also a sort of responsibility, and responsibility not only in the terms of some rhetoric, but economic responsibility for the rest of the world.
Thanks a lot, Audaba. I remember the history of global climate negotiations, and I guess you are very aware of that all the time from the beginning there was this kind of rhetorics, or say principle of differentiated obligations, responsibilities and burdens between the global south and the highly industrialized, the old industrialized world in the global north. Is this still playing an important role in the Indian discourse on climate change and international climate policy? And what are your expectations, if you have any, towards Europe?
Well, I'll answer both those questions. Number one, the Paris Agreement made it very clear that even with differentiated responsibilities, it did not absolve any country, big or small, from taking action. And that was the fundamental change that came about as a result of the architecture of climate negotiations undergoing that transformation in 2015, or it was a culmination of several years of efforts. And India, along with other countries, came forward with a plan. Now, in this time, actually, India is on track, and it's one of the only few major economies that is actually, whose climate plan is on track for a 2-degree world. That does not mean India should not do more. During the course of the pandemic, since we went into lockdown in March, India has tendered out more than 12,000 megawatts of renewables. I had advised the Prime Minister's office way back in 2014 about how big India could get on renewables. I wrote the first concept note of the International Solar Alliance, which now has more than 80 member countries. So India can, despite its differentiated responsibilities, lead the world as one of many climate leaders. However, what Paris also demonstrates is that it is not sufficient for individual countries to take individual action, which is where you need to find ways to work together. So in fact, my organization, the EW, is the technical partner for the EU-India Climate and Clean Energy Partnership, where I believe a few key areas of cooperation are necessary. Number one, as one of the other speakers, I think Beatrick was mentioning, is finance. In 2018, 40% of the world's energy investment went to 15% of the world's population in the rich countries. And 15% of the world's energy investment went to more than 40% of the world's population in the emerging economies. Now, if the sun shines the most in the tropics, why isn't capital flowing? We've got a target of 175,000 megawatts of renewables. We've raised that target of 450,000 megawatts of renewables by 2030. Where's the capital? I'm not even talking about grants. I'm talking about real capital. Right? Mm-hmm. So something fundamentally has to change in the way we assess risk and how institutional investors, the pension funds in Germany and the institutional investors and the insurers in London, why are they not putting money where the projects are in emerging economies? The other aspect, and I'm going to stop there, is on the, and I think again, Bertrick was mentioned, we have to do a major multi-country collaboration, technological collaboration on the hard-to-abate sectors, iron and steel, cement, fertilizer, petrochemicals, and the base foundational technology for that could be green hydrogen. Now, I know the EU has a plan for clean hydrogen, but I'm pushing it forward, not clean hydrogen out of natural gas, but green hydrogen out of renewables. And no country has individually cracked this nut. Even though Sweden has a test project, Japan has a test project, multiple countries coming together, pooling their resources to create this foundational technology. What Luisa was saying, the new form of industrial revolution with this foundational technology could transform the really hard to abate sectors, even while we electrify, even while we green the electricity sector, there's the rest of the energy sector to be solved. So get the institutional cap going where the sun shines the most and get a real effective technological collaboration going.
I like this argument very much because I think it hits at the nerve of the German and European discussion on greening our energy sector and our industries, kind of solar hydrogen, an economy which clearly needs transnational cooperation in big scale, not only within Europe, but also beyond Europe, with North Africa, with the Middle East, and other continents. We are running out of time, unfortunately, so I would like to give Luisa and Bedrich the opportunity for a final, very short remark. 1 minute, please, each. Luisa.
Do you have a particular question or specific question?
Maybe you would like to enter this comment on the kind of international cooperation we need.
Well, yes, of course. I mean, that's still, we are still in a tragedy of the commons, and still a tragedy the way things are going. physically spoken. Yet, what do we need to do to free ourselves from the pathway of that tragedy and turn this into something which I would call like a rom-com or so? And that only works if we turn towards each other without fighting each other, but in solidarity. And this starts with acknowledging the issue that is, a different sort of burden, and whose damages and sufferings are, very disproportionately globally. By acknowledging the need to act, even though if you're not affected personally, but if you're, in the first instance at least, acting for the greater good of someone else, I think that's a first step towards that new sense of global solidarity that we surely need. And the next steps is really how do we, build pathways out of this crisis and walk them together, even if we're coming from highly different backgrounds. And for that, surely, I think the greatest argument, I will give it to Bertrand.
Thank you very much. Beatrice.
Thank you. I will be very brief. I think that both the COVID and especially the climate crisis should be seen as an enormous challenge and, in fact, burden of responsibility for the rich countries and especially for Europe. And I would stress just one thing, and it is not only on the governments, because we have democratic governments and they are basically following the wishes and the attitudes and interests of the people. So it depends on all of us, on the people in general, on the audience at large. And so if we would express our responsibilities in various ways, I think that is the only way how to get out of both these crises.
Thank you very much to all three of you. It was very short time for a very big topic. I would just like to finish with the remark that fighting COVID-19 as well as fighting climate change is also part of the new systemic competition we are in between liberal democracies and authoritarian regimes. And we will have to do everything we are able to prove that liberal democracies are the better answer to the global challenges we are facing in the coming decades. So thank you very much. And I hope we will keep in touch and we will have opportunities to continue this kind of global conversation. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
The world is upside down. How should we put it back together? Are we able to act responsibly? Can we work together, play by the rules, and restore solidarity? Let's use this crisis as an opportunity. A new world emerging? Watch the online Forum 2000 conference, October 12th to 14th.
Sasakwawa and Elie Wiesel founded Forum 2000 for a purpose.
We have to use the past to not becoming our children's future.
Thank you very much. I am honored to be here, and I want to thank President Havel for convening another extraordinary gathering of Forum 2000.
So those people, yeah, this think more seriously, and we should develop new ideas and is implementation.
Dámy a pánové, vážení přítomní, já vás co nejsrdečněji vítám na konferenci Forum 2000.
Because nowadays, people are socially imbalanced, emotionally disturbed, and ethically questionable. These are never addressed at the school level. Once they become a good student, they become successful professionals, successful leader and business people, but they are not good human beings. Now, how can you make a leader who is successful, but also a good human being? So for which we need to educate them at their school level, how to be socially balanced, emotionally balanced, and ethically right. Once you do that, then once you become a leader, either political or business leader, you will be a leader, a true definition of leader. Leader essentially means when an ordinary person does something extraordinary. That's called leadership. And that's what Václav Havel is looking for. Someone who can think beyond oneself, beyond one's country, and beyond one's community, for the universe and for the humanity. So that's what we should be moving towards.
Dear friends,
welcome to another
Forum 2000 on mindset.
We have seen the rise of authoritarian populists in countries in Central Europe, but also in Western Europe, in North America, in Latin America, in Asia, really all around the world.
The common feature is the erosion of trust in democratic institutions, erosion of trust in political elites.
Populism, polarization, and post-truth, I think, explain the politics in a lot of the world today.
Restrictions against civil society have been happening for the best part of a decade now in authoritarian regimes, but also in many democratic countries as well.
And these are all things, in addition with like a big cultural change, cultural modernizations, that make people more prone to vote for parties that are less committed to democratic norms.
Why people vote for people who promote policies or who represent policies that will actually harm them.
You as a populist are for the people and against the elites and intellectuals and experts and doctors and scientists.
Lukashenko was always master of manipulation, of sending right messages at the right moment, at the right time, so everyone is happy.
What I'm really worried about, once they control sort of the public sphere, then citizens don't hear anymore about opposing views, and then it's very difficult for citizens before an election to form their opinion.
But I wouldn't say this is a divide east-west. This is a divide within our countries.
The dissolution of the Soviet Union was not the geopolitical catastrophe
of the 20th century.
That was a great aspiration for us, and at the same time, it was a great fears for the dictators.
We are the role model as a Central Europe, despite all the problems.
Europe and EU is living the best time in our history.
We have to remember that democracy from the beginning was very much about the public.
In fact, most of the democratic decline is coming about not at the behest of populists, but at the behest of executives.
And perhaps we should simply think about a new formulation of liberalism.
In the absence of geopolitical stability, you're not really going to have progress in smaller countries.
Basically, we are living in a state of certain confusion with regard what is the future of the world for the next 20 to 50 years.
China, with the newly found economic power, rapidly built up its military forces. And more importantly, subtly, with the economic power, they corrupt the democratic way of life in the West.
We're seeing a rise of a new empire. This is becoming a new economic, political empire, right? And there is a more global sort of question: what happens to the existing powers?
However, on the value aspect, I think it's every country's own responsibility to make a choice which position they would like to take.
Now, the West should decide to be with the will of people or to be with the dictators.
We believed in it when in prison we heard about solidarity from official Soviet Pravda. That was like the best proof that we are right, that people will not live under this dictatorship all their life.
We only have you as the international community to stand with us. And just like the speaker who spoke last night said, without international solidarity, we will perish.
We depend on borders. We elect people within districts. We're border-based. Borders matter, but I believe in relations and friendships between these countries.
Despite the horrendous atrocities the Uyghur people are facing today, we are confronted with a muted world. We need your help and support.
The level of control and the level of crackdown on the information space is unprecedented.
Through the use of emerging technologies, we can create a stable authoritarian system that can be exported, that can promise prosperity, that can promise stability, but without freedom.
If we want good things with technology, we're going to have to make that work because technology does not solve social, cultural, political problems. That's our job.
And Elie Wiesel founded Forum 2000 for a purpose.
We have to use the past for not becoming our children's future.
Thank you very much. I am honored to be here, and I want to thank President Havel for convening another extraordinary gathering of Forum 2000.
So those people, their peace are think more seriously, and we should develop new ideas, and then important is implementation.
Dámy a pánové, vážení přítomní, já vás co nejsrdečněji vítám na konferenci Forum 2000.
The world is upside down. How should we put it back together? Are we able to act responsibly? Can we work together, play by the rules, and restore solidarity? Let's use this crisis as an opportunity. A new world emerging? Watch the online Forum 2000 conference, October 12th to 14th.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen, from wherever you're joining us today. Overshadowed by the current COVID-19 global context, this conference is taking place virtually rather than in Prague. While this expands the possibilities of participants to access the conference, it works against the kind of interpersonal network building that we have often taken for granted in the past. It is also taking place against the backdrop of a world in which the multilateral order is constantly under threat. It is only fitting then that I welcome you to this 24th Forum 2000 conference, whose theme this year interrogates a new world order, a new world emerging, restoring responsibility and solidarity. Our panel discussion this afternoon will question Africa's as a continent for the future. In the earlier part of the 1st century, Pliny the Elder noted that from Africa, always something new. And I'm humbled today to be moderating a rather distinguished and multi-talented panel of individuals who often wear very many hats. And I'm hoping that you'll be able to draw from your many hats to respond to some of the questions we have today. With apologies, one of the panelists, Gladys Chingachirere from Zimbabwe, would not be joining us. But today I'm honored to welcome Aisha Dabo, who is a journalist, member of Africtivist, the West African Think Tank Initiative. Welcome, Aisha.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you. And I would also like to welcome Jeffrey Smith, the founding director of Vanguard Africa. Welcome, Jeffrey.
Thank you so much. Great to be here.
Thank you. Today we would be interrogating a number of questions. Against the backdrop of COVID, what are the major challenges on the horizon for Africa? Aisha, over to you.
Thank you, Fonte, for moderating this session. Hi, Jeffrey. It's a pleasure to be with you here on this panel. As you said, Fonte, I am a project coordinator with Africtivist, which is a network of bloggers and cyber activists and social change agents on the African continent. We are about 200 from 40 African countries. So the major challenges actually are still the same, I would say, in a way, but heightened by COVID. Because what COVID showed and highlighted is the fact that when it comes to investment to basic social services like health, it remains a big problem in the continent. But because of early measures, the continent was able to, respond adequately, and we don't have the alarming that's what everyone was hoping for. On the other hand, I know we're talking about challenges, but on the other hand, COVID also was an opportunity for leaders to look into the countries, inside their countries, for solutions, local solutions, and some of the head of states, and as you said, a new way, a new order is being created, a new way of seeing things is, finding local solutions to local problems instead of always looking outside. I would want to focus on upcoming elections. There are many in Africa, but I would want to focus specifically on democracy and human rights. Because if you look at the situation we are in, despite COVID, some countries went ahead and held elections, and those elections didn't come up without challenges. Despite COVID, right now we're preparing for at least 7 or 8 more elections from now until October, and until December. And out of that, we have 2 head of states in Guinea and Cote d'Ivoire who changed the constitutions of their countries to impose and entrench themselves. And this because they're already controlling the system, because they're incumbents and they want to stand for another election. So human rights, democracy, good governance remains a challenge and will continue to be a challenge. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Aisha. Thanks for those perspectives. I would like to switch over to Jeffrey and ask him, from his vantage point in Washington, D.C., what do you see as the three major challenges for Africa coming up?
Yeah, that's a great question. And as Aisha said, it's a real pleasure to be here. And I promise, even though Aisha is a friend, we did not exchange notes beforehand. But interestingly, I was actually going to touch upon some of the same issues. I think for me, being the director of an organization that focuses quite a bit on free and fair elections and democratic leadership, one of the issues that I've been paying particular attention to and trying to raise awareness around is what I see as the growing void between citizen demands for democracy and accountable democratic leadership and the supply side on the part of the continent's leaders in the form of constitutional coups that Aisha referenced in Guinea and Cote d'Ivoire, rigged elections, and also the authoritarian pandemic, Fante, that you raised at the very outset, which has played out during this era of COVID-19. So I think, put simply, right now, across Africa, the demand for democracy is outstripping supply. And I think we've seen several areas of in which, several areas that have emerged out of that. And the broader theme or the broader trend that we're seeing has been backed up by the evidence and data that's been collected by various think tanks and research organizations, Freedom House being among them, which classifies just 7 African countries today as being free. And that's actually the lowest total since 1990. At the same time, the data also shows an overwhelming majority of Africans still believe that democracy remains the best form of government, that free and fair multi-party elections remain the ideal way to choose their leaders. And while voter turnout is declining globally, actually over the years, it has been relatively stable in Africa over the past few decades. And more specifically, I think this speaks to the resilience of African populations who have really shown that their experience of one party or military rule has prepared them to fight this resurgence of authoritarianism that we've seen, particularly over the last few months during the coronavirus era. And I think this is where the key battle line has been drawn. For example, Aisha mentioned very prominently, and several African nations will be holding elections this month. In Guinea and Cote d'Ivoire, for example, 2 countries where incumbent rulers have forced through constitutional amendments, allowing them to stand for previously unconstitutional third terms. In Uganda, too, they have an upcoming election in February, in just 4 months now. And their long-ruling dictator, Yoweri Museveni, forced through a constitutional change of his own that eliminated presidential age limits, allowing him to once again stand as the ruling party candidate. Overall, presidential elections are set to take place in at least 10 of Africa's 54 countries over the next 5 months. And all the incumbents, except for one in Niger, want to stay in office and in all likelihood will be nominated by the country's ruling parties. So now we're talking about this growing gap between citizen demands for democracy and the supply side on the part of political elites, especially those staying in power beyond their mandate. So why does this matter? And Fante, this gets more directly to your question, the outgrowths of this. It matters because evading term limits have been shown to carry far-reaching consequences for Africa's governance, for its stability and security, and for its overall development. So for instance, according to some really great research that's been done by the Africa Center for Strategic Studies here in Washington, D.C., since 2000, at least 30 African presidents have tried to extend their rule, and 18 of them have thus far succeeded. Relatedly, today, a staggering 9 out of the 10 African countries facing civil conflicts, excluding insurgencies by military Islamist groups, are those without term limits. So we've seen how this has affected stability and security. On the governance side, the lack of term limits has resulted in 10 leaders, or about 1 in 5 on the continent, who have ruled for over 20 years, as well as 3 family dynasties in Djibouti, Gabon, and Togo that have been in power for nearly a century combined. And on the stability side, the third instance, the 10 African countries that are the largest source of Africa's estimated 29 to 30 million refugees and internally displaced people, 8 of those countries, 8 out of the 10 lack term limits. So the correlations here are pretty stark and the ramifications myriad. One other issue that I know we'll delve into a bit later, but that I would raise really quickly here is that the lack of respect for democracy and democratic norms, such as term limits, has had and will continue to have profound effects on Africa's overall development, both human and economic. And like I said, I look forward to delving more into that as this conversation proceeds today.
Well, thank you very much. I think the discussion is very easily coalescing around the question of democratic governance on the continent. When you look at the map of Africa today, about 44 of the continent's 54 countries have some kind of conflict or violence as well. And while we are not necessarily trying to paint a too bleak picture of Africa and the challenges ahead, are there any correlations between lack of democratic governance and the kinds of instability that lead to the patterns of insecurity that we see? Jeffrey, it's a follow-up for you.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that the data shows that. The data that I referenced from the Africa Center for Strategic and International Studies, I know the Institute for Security Studies, which obviously you're very familiar with, have also done some research on this. And I think that the larger point here, although instability is a key outgrowth of anti-democratic authoritarian governance, the key issue here is that democracy has been shown to improve countries, not just in Africa, but worldwide on a number of fronts. I think, it's really important, particularly living in this era that we are now, to continue to make the point that first and foremost, democracy has been shown to improve a nation's overall health. And this is because, as we know, and hopefully those listening today, democratic governments are inherently more open. They're inherently more accountable and transparent, as well as protective of media freedom and access to information, which is crucially important during a pandemic like we're living through now. And this creates an enabling environment. This allows leaders to be more responsive and use feedback to improve the quality of basic services. Democratic nations have also been shown to increase and use their own spending on healthcare in long term, which benefits all sides involved. And I think, again, during the era of COVID-19 and during this global pandemic in which we're currently living, these truths have become especially evident in Africa. I think it's no coincidence that Africa's most democratic countries, and I think Senegal and Namibia, and maybe Aisha can speak more to this, really stand out as 2 prime examples, having outperformed their repressive counterparts in Africa and worldwide. Senegal specifically, the Foreign Policy magazine has an index which measures effective government response to the pandemic, and Senegal is actually #1 in the world. Which, again, shouldn't really surprise us given how they have a democratic culture ingrained in the country. They have strong democratic institutions. They have term limits. They have changeovers of power, and they respect the rule of law. And I think, secondly, the really important point here, too, is that there is strong and mounting evidence as well that democracy leads to stronger economies. So often many people are fooled by this mythic notion of the benevolent dictator, the Paul Kagame types of the world, and that needs to be dismantled, to my mind. I think the democratic advantage is profound. It's backed up by evidence. It's backed up by mounting data, and it's especially pronounced for African countries that have remained democratic for longer periods of time, including those that have respected term limit restrictions. More often than not, as we know, autocrats and other abusive leaders fail to implement the needed reforms that would sustain growth, whether human or economic, because they're not held accountable and because development, military, and security aid often flow regardless, and they really have no incentive to act in the public interest. So I think those are 2 key issues, crucial issues to bring up in this context.
No, thank you very much. I mean, before we go to the recorded question, I would like to ask Aisha, from her experience in Senegal, would you be able to tell us within the West Africa region, what are the major challenges that civil society is confronted with today, and how has that changed over the past few months?
Thank you for the question. we are all, I would say, most civil society and even outside of Africa are faced with the issue of a shrinking civic space. More and more states actually are trying to control what people put out online specifically, or when people are even protesting. For instance, in Senegal, which is known as a democratic country, we've had regular elections, democratic change of governments. But you see, there's an organization called France Dégage FRAP, which recently just went in front of one of the telecom companies to protest against the hike in data prices. And just because they were there in front of the telecom company to hand over an envelope or protest letter, they were picked up by the police. So, of course, not all African countries have the same issues, but there are issues in each and every one of them. So one of the challenges we have, I would say, in West African civil society is, the executive trying as much as possible to control the civic space and trying to silence or to repress or crack down on either opposition or dissenting voices. And this has created an alternative, and it has strengthened the collaboration between civil society organizations in West Africa and beyond. Recently, a civil society solidarity campaign has been launched for Guinea that will be holding elections. If you go back to last year, there have been many people, at least between 50 and 90 people have been killed in Guinea because they have been protested against the change of the constitution that has allowed now the president of Guinea to stand in elections, to stand for a third term. So there's a solidarity campaign launched, and we are creating a coalition to be able to not only, act at national level, but also at regional and even continental level. And what civil society organizations are doing, it's going beyond just the internal aspect of it. We're taking the African solidarity at another level. If there's a possibility of launching a complaint against the government at the ECOWAS court, it is done. If there's a possibility of doing a coordinated campaign or protest campaign against a given government in the region, it's being done. Each and every civil society organization understands now it's no longer about an issue of, concerning one country. If you look at Guinea and Ivory Coast right now, everyone is tense because any crisis, be it in Guinea or in Ivory Coast, is going to impact the whole region. And this is very unfortunate because if you look at the path of the two leaders, Guinea's president Alpha Condé has been in the opposition for over 40 years, has been called a democratic leader. He comes to power and now he wants to extend his power. It's unfortunate, but that's the reality. And the other unfortunate thing is the fact that it's only around elections and that you have this crisis in Africa. Most crises are election related, be it before, during, or after elections. I think we should be able to have normal elections without people dying, without people having to protest for their basic rights that are, enshrined in all these constitutions that you see, but are difficult to implement because for one reason or the other, we had the 1990s period where you had regular elections being held in different African countries and the cities opening up for people to speak up and their rights to be respected. And all of a sudden, it's like we have to fight to keep the democratic achievements that we've been able to have since independence. And yet we have to fight harder to make sure that new rights that we want to be respected are respected. So it's challenging, but if you see people outside, I'll give an example of what's happening in Nigeria with the NSAP protests. If you see people being mobilized, if you see people standing for their rights, you know that whatever you're doing in civil society, you're doing the right thing. And that's something that's important. People know that they want better, and they're doing everything they can to make sure that that better Africa they want is happening in their country.
Thank you very much, Aisha, for those elements. I would like to know whether, Veronica, we can roll out Andrea's question.
The support of African voices has also played a role in the offensive of the People's Republic of China against the G4 initiative launched in 2005 to obtain a reform of the UN Security Council. In your opinion, how the People's Republic of China influence is shaping the continent's political future? What do you think of the coalition of African and Asian movement to empower democracy and rule of law? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think, I don't know if you captured, did you hear that clearly, or would you want me to echo it? Okay, I can see Aisha shaking her head. The question was, how do we think that the People's Republic of China, through its actions in the UN Security Council and otherwise, would shape the future of the continent of Africa? And what do you think about the possibility of an African-Asian alliance to actually champion the interests of the African continent? Aisha?
I would say personally, I mean, when African governments, because they represent the countries, go and negotiate with any partner, they have to put their interests first, whoever the partner is. For me, that's the basic. Be it China, be it the US, be it Europe, your people's interests should be first. And then you negotiate and see. It's not because you are a so-called developing country that you have to accept any deal that's given to you. That's my stance on any relationship with anyone. Given regarding the Security Council, I think this is not a new call or discussion. I don't see how in the 21st century, Africa, which represents 54 or 55 countries, depending whoever is talking, doesn't have a seat at the Security Council. That's something that comes every year that African countries complain about. Yes, our house is not in order. We have to settle things. Who is going to represent the continent if it's one seat? But still, I don't think that it is right now in this day and age for Africa not to have a seat at the Security Council. You earlier talked about this new world order coming up. I am happy that actually there is a new way of seeing things, a new way of doing things, especially from an African's perspective. Because for me, it's being able to negotiate your interests first, whoever is coming, and however big the deal, however big the handbag with money, name it, but you put your interests first. And talking about that's to outside, and now internally to Africans, it's true that our institutions actually have to be restructured or even revamped, be it the African Union, the ECOWAS, the West Africa Regional Organization, because the issue we have is that there are commissions who don't necessarily have the powers, and the powers are with the head of states, who, depending on their interests, sometimes have difficulties of speaking with one voice and being able to defend an African standpoint. So for me, the solidarity we have at the civil society and people's level, that's the way things should go. In the past 5 to 10 years, we've been talking about an ECOWAS. ECOWAS is regional West African regional organization. We want an ECOWAS of the people. We want an African Union of the people, and not like a syndicate of head of state who was just there to look at their interests. For me, if we start with what people want, we will be able to go to the table with enough agency to negotiate whichever deal we have, and with whichever partner we have in front of us, be it the US, the EU, China. That's my point on that.
Thank you very much, Aisha. For the next round of questions, I would like us to move with very rapid fire answers and take maximum 1 minute so we could go through a number of questions. Talking about interest, Jeffrey, UNCTAD, the Slido questions came up and I think they went down again before I had the chance to pose them. UNCTAD published that every year 88.6 billion disappears out of Africa illegally. This is about 3.7% of Africa's GDP, and almost as much as the total amount of development aid, which is 48 billion, and foreign direct investment, which is 54 billion together. How will Africa tackle enormous corruption on the continent, and whose interest does this corruption serve anyways? Jeffrey.
Yeah, that's a really tough question and a really complex issue to untangle. And I think, this is firmly why I believe a rethink here is long overdue. I think when you're talking about the massive amounts of money that is, essentially, I don't want to say lost, because we know whose pockets they go into. They go into the ruling elite, they go into big corporations. But that's, I think, goes to Aisha's point about not having, very robust, democratic, accountable institutions in many of these countries. So I think that's why, this is perhaps a larger point, but, relevant here. I think development organizations, donors, bilateral donors, including sovereign governments alike, should take this as a really excellent excuse to add democracy promotion to their funding portfolios. In other words, aid givers, whether they're foundations or philanthropic organizations or governments like the United States, for instance, where I sit today, they should prioritize the democratic demands and the accountability demands of African citizens and allocate those resources accordingly. I think it's long overdue to start addressing the root causes of the corruption that we see on the continent, the overall backsliding that we've witnessed over the past 15 years, and to stop merely applying Band-Aids to its evident symptoms.
Thank you very much. I'd like to switch back to Aisha. The question would refer to entrenched regimes like we have seen and that have been raised through the discussions in Equatorial Guinea, Chad, Cameroon, Republic of Congo. What options are there really for the people to usher in effective, peaceful transitions from these entrenched authoritarian states?
I would say there is no size fit all. Each country has its specificity. I would like to talk about the example of the Gambia, where you had Yahya Jammeh, who was there for over 22 years as head of state. And the ideal solution will be to have, like you said, a peaceful transition of power through the ballot box. That's what happened in the Gambia. Jammeh was voted out, but what we are seeing is more and more governments trying to lock up any possibility of having a democratic change of power. I think the possible solution for me, and the only one I see, is for civil society and with citizens at the core to continue mobilizing and demand for a change of regime, for separation of power, effective separation of power, and development.
So I would like to switch, given that we have discussed quite a bit about the challenges facing Africa, I would like to switch gears a little bit here to opportunities. I think Aisha started painting the picture of the opportunities that can be seized with civil society coming together. Jeffrey, in about 1 minute, what opportunities do you see for Africa in the future?
Yeah, another great question. I think, speaking as an American who works on African issues with African leaders and partners over the past decade plus, I think the key issue here, and I think this theme is coming out more and more as we move further along this conversation, is to treat Africa not as a special case, but as an equal partner on par with any other region of the world. It really bothers me when I hear about, the war for Africa, and it's posed as this, existential fight between the United States and China or Russia. And I think that's just an entirely backward framing of the situation. So treating it as an equal partner on par with every other region of the world is the opportunity that needs to be seized. And along these lines, again, speaking as an American, American presidents and American leaders of both political parties going back decades really need to stop cozying up to retrograde dictators, often in the name of stability. I think we always have to ask, stability for whom? Is it stability for civil society? Is it stability for the political opposition or the media community or the human rights community who are being brutalized with impunity by some of the worst repressive regimes in the world, again, all under this guise of stability. But again, stability for whom? I think that's the important question we need to start asking. But sort of looping back to the opportunities really quickly, I think the larger point here is a robust and powerful Africa in the 21st century. It cannot be built on these remnants of the old guard, leaders who have been in power longer than most of their citizens have been alive. Fante, you mentioned a few of them in Equatorial Guinea, Cameroon, Chad, Uganda, Congo-Brazzaville, leaders who have been in there for 20, 30, sometimes 40 years, who often play the terrorism card or the oil card to deflect legitimate criticism and stifle democracy. And in this way, I think there's an opportunity for Africa's democratic standard bearers to take this opportunity in a world in which there's a very clear leadership void at the moment to flex their collective muscle and take the stage and lead on these issues.
Very important issues, and I'd like to switch back to Aisha here to continue the conversation around how Africa goes from being perceived as one which has to obey instructions to one being treated as an equal partner. We all know that it's not going to get given to Africa. So what role can civil society play in actually moving Africa to that position where it gets considered as an equal partner?
Thank you for that question, Fante. I would just want to talk briefly about opportunities, because I think it's important to talk about the youth bulk. 60% of Africans are young people, and if you look at all in the countries, youth are energetic, they're creative, innovative, and they're ready to go for it, and they want a new way of doing things. Like Jeffrey said, we are tired of having the old guards. We want a new way. We're just celebrating about 60% for, I would say, most countries. 60% of 60 years of independence. We're celebrating the liberation from the colonizers. But my strong belief is that when we go to 100th anniversary, we don't know if we'll be here. But what I'm seeing from today is the youth, they will be able to build and represent a leadership that reflects their realities and what they want. So I just wanted to talk about that. So what can civil society do? Civil society actually engage with their counterparts from other countries in an equal level. Jeffrey talked about the collaboration he has with many partners. And from my own experience, when we were working on the Gambia, it has always been on an equal, an equal partner. And we are trying to change the narrative. It's not, yes, Africa has its issues. We have many problems, but also we're trying to get out of it. And resilience, when you say resilience, all development agencies are talking about that, but for me, the African represents resilience. If you look at all we went through, from slavery, from colonization, generation upon generation, people are still, ready to get up and fight and, want something better than that. So civil society has a great role to play. And I think it's for our government, our different countries, to be able to recognize and acknowledge the fact that civil society is an important power. I would say maybe the fifth power after the fourth, which is the media, that needs to always be on the table and be able to represent people's voice. Because what tends to happen is we tend to see a kind of a disconnect between what the leaders are doing and what the people's reality are doing. So I think having a connection will help actually African governments represent their people better when discussing with the outer world that's outside Africa and in their different exchanges. Thank you.
Thank you, Aisha. And I would like to push back a little bit, if you don't mind. We often talk about the youth bulge. We talk about Africa's population advantage and all of these issues. So how is it that so few people are capable to pretty much hold parts of the continent hostage for so long, for the continent not to reach its potential, and what needs to be done concretely to move from where we are to where we want to be on the continent?
I would say the few who are in power are very smart, actually, and every day they're finding new ways of trying to entrenching themselves. Maybe because I'm a journalist, but for me, access to information is central in any democracy. Access to information. If the people have the right information, and they have the information in the language they speak and understand, they will be able to, express themselves, express what they want. But that's not all. Also, the people need to understand how the system works, how the different powers, the three, be the executive, the legislative, and the judiciary, are connected to each other, and and the fact that they're actually representing them to be able to build a democratic society. As long as we have a small group of people continuing to make sure that the majority don't have all the information they should have to be able to make an informed decision on different issues affecting them, we will continue to be with this situation where you have group of elite from generation to generation who are still, in the corridors of power or in power, or etc. So for me, access to information and respect for basic rights, the right to assembly, the right to association, the right to be able to express themselves as citizens. And another important point I want to put, for me, it doesn't come from the national level. It should start at the grassroots level. At the local level, be it a municipality or any other local government structure you have, citizens should have representatives who, are making sure that the local government is taking into consideration their needs and aspirations, and then you'll be able to take it at the central, at the central level and make it national and then continental. As long as we don't have that issue settled, we will continue to have this, because it's very easy for the executive to use the security forces in the name of stability and security to oppress their people continuously. We see these days their protests in Namibia and Nigeria, and people are being, beaten, people are being tear gassed. So maybe I'm utopic, but my belief is basic rights need to be respected and people need to be given the respect that they deserve. And then we will have a society where everyone is playing his or her role as they're supposed to.
Thank you very much, Aisha. On that note, we are heading towards the end of this panel. I would give really 15 seconds to Jeffrey for a final word.
Yeah, I would just, I would echo what Aisha was saying. I think building links of solidarity and collective action from the bottom up is crucial, and also support to Africa's democratic standard bearers, of which there are plenty. Along that point, just really quickly, I think one thing we didn't touch upon that I think is so crucially important is that we have to remember that women and youth make up the overwhelming majority of Africa's population. So together, they will have an outsized impact in the years ahead, and they are deserving of support.
Excellent. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, it has been an honor to moderate this discussion on the future of Africa, literally. Africa is a continent which is faced with a number of challenges going forward, which have been exacerbated by the current COVID dynamics, and which is challenged globally by the reversals in multilateralism. But today we have heard that from the bottom up, Africa can actually build itself to take its place within global affairs by working from the community level to build accountability, representation, and legitimacy, by working collaboratively as civil society with like-minded partners across borders, and to create regional civil society frameworks that could in fact challenge the existing order. We could see the promise of Africa actually rising from a youth which, with access to information which should come cheaper for Africans. We think that there is the possibilities for Africa to meet its promise for prosperity. And thank you very much, Jeffrey, as well, for all of your interventions, for setting the scene with this picture of Africa, which is facing many, many challenges, but also for the possibilities that exist. It's been a pleasure moderating you, and I hope we can continue to have this discussion going forward informally by email, now that I have both of your emails.
Absolutely.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Yep.
From Africa back to our studio here in Prague. Welcome back to our final concluding panel. We will talk about the highlights and main commentaries from today's opening day of the 24th conference of the Forum 2000. It's the 24th conference, however, it's really a new experience for us because it's first time we are completely online, so it's very exciting for all of us. My name is Irena Kalhousová. I teach at the Charles University in Prague. At the same time, I'm also a member of the program committee here at Forum 2000. And it's really a pleasure for me to moderate this final concluding panel of the conference. We live in times which are characterized by a lack of stability and predictability, or to quote Anthony Giddens from today's morning panel or afternoon panel, he said, we live in a period of dazzling change. And I am very happy that we have here with us Asha Ahmed Muilu, journalist and documentary filmmaker from Kenya, and Yossi Klein-Halevi, who is author, a journalist and senior fellow at Shalom Hartman Institute in Jerusalem, Israel, who are here with us and will help us to summarize the highlights of the first day conference. So welcome to our panel. And yes, I would like to ask you, what do you think were the main ideas we heard today at the conference? What resonated with you the most? And I will first ask Asha to start. And I'm sorry, we will need to be very brief, so I'll give you 2 minutes to summarize what do you think was the most important we heard today at the conference.
Thank you, Irena, and I'm glad to be here. So right at the beginning of the conference, there is something that British historian Timothy Garton Ash said, and it resonated with me right at the beginning, and throughout the panels that I've watched, he reflected about the challenges that the world is going through, and talked about how he sees the world could get through the dark times. And his 4 points were truth, solidarity, strategy, and responsibility. And I've had so many panelists across the afternoon just talk about these 4 points and using even some of these words. So truth, the coronavirus has shown us that even in authoritarian states like Tanzania, who don't want to reveal the real data or statistics on coronavirus, that truth prevails, right? That there's things that you just can't hide. And for us as humanity, once we acknowledge our truths, whether they're negative or positive, it is the beginning of advancing towards a better future. Solidarity, coming together. COVID-19 made us all come together and, reflect on a better world. And strategy, how do we strategize about the future? And finally, responsibility. And I think, the climate this year showed us we need to take the responsibility. So for me, Irena, that Timothy's utterances right at the beginning, I felt just wrapped up everything that resonated with me throughout the afternoon.
Thank you very much, and thank you for pointing out also some positive conclusions from the first day, because otherwise, many panels were somehow gloom and doom. So thank you very much for talking about a positive lesson learned from the pandemic and other global issues we are facing. So Yossi, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you. Like Asha, my takeaway is also surprisingly hopeful. And what I heard was really that this moment is a convergence of four very significant events. The first is that we are experiencing humanity's first truly global event, which is happening in real time, where we know exactly what's happening in different parts of the world, and everyone is experiencing, to one extent or another, the same sense of fear, of anticipation, of awareness of mortality, of our fragileness. The second major moment is the technological breakthroughs that we're experiencing, which is enhancing our sense of global awareness. There's technology that has been around for a few years. I'm thinking of tools like Zoom and Skype, but suddenly we've discovered that we can use these tools in ways that were inconceivable before. I find myself speaking to people throughout the Arab world, sitting in Jerusalem, speaking in countries where Israelis are not allowed by other governments to be in conversation with, and yet I'm using Skype, I'm using WhatsApp, and so something has broken through the barriers. The third significant moment that's happening is, as Asha said, climate change, and that is giving humanity an apocalyptic sense of urgency. We know we don't have a lot of time to deal with our systemic problems. And finally, the pandemic is happening at a time of major medical advances. If this were happening a century ago, millions would have already died. The fact that the numbers are not higher than they are is really gives us a sense of how far we've advanced at this moment, and I think it also gives us feeling that we will be able to cope with climate change and any other problems that come our way if we have the will to do it.
Thank you very much. And again, thank you for being positive. Nonetheless, I will push you a little bit further now. I would like to ask you about the most worrisome trends in our societies today. You know, what did we hear about what the humankind is facing? What worries you the most? If I may start again with Asha.
Thank you. I mean, there are a couple of things that worry me, and a lot of the panelists brought them out. Of course, coming from Africa, we know about the rise of authoritarianism, no accountability with some of our governments, and that was actually brought out not just from Africa, but a lot of the other global South countries. But for me, I think what is so urgent is the issue of climate change, because in Eastern Africa, we've had a couple of, issues, not just the coronavirus pandemic. Before COVID-19 got to this region, we were dealing with a locust invasion, which is attributed by scientists as one of the effects of climate change. Right now, we are seeing the lakes bursting their banks in the Rift Valley and, swallowing populations. And for me, I feel like it's such an urgent issue. And then I could see even the panel on climate change sort of like going back and forth over what the solution is. But the realization was that even in this year where the world was forced to pause, the world was forced to stop and halt air travel, it didn't make much of a difference. We had 5 to 7% reduction emissions, and that falls short of UNEP's goal. And Arunabha Ghosh from the Council on Energy and Water from India said it right, that the pandemic actually played out a social experiment for us, that what happens when we pause as the world, is that the solution to some of the issue that we're going through in terms of climate change. And guess what? It wasn't enough. So as human beings, as global citizens, it's just become a reality check for us that it is got to give, whether you believe in it or not, whatever the solution is. This year was that reality check that we need to stop and act really, really fast.
Thank you very much. Yossi?
I'm worried about two political trends. The first is the weakening of the center and the rise of populism, the far right and the far left. We're seeing that happening in countries around the world, certainly happening in the United States very strongly. The second trend that we're experiencing, certainly here in Israel and in other democracies, is a weakening of democratic institutions, sensibilities. For the first time in Israel's history, the government has placed a limitation on public protests, and the strong fear is that Prime Minister Netanyahu is using COVID as an excuse to try to curtail public opposition. Fortunately, it isn't working, but we see that trend happening all around the world.
And the opposite question, what do you think, what are the positive lessons we learned from this very unstable situation we live in now, when we have this big shifts caused by digitalization, of course, the climate change, and now the global pandemic. So what are you a little bit positive? Did we see some positive trends following this major crisis we now live in? And maybe I will start with Yossi for change, so Asha has a little bit more time to think about the question.
In some sense, I think that this moment is the equivalent of the first space launching in the 1950s, when the photo images of planet Earth were broadcast back to us, and we were stunned. I wasn't conscious then, but humanity was stunned by the fragileness, the smallness, the compactness of planet Earth, and the intimacy, the fact that we really are a single organism. And I think that the space age was really the beginnings of a genuine global consciousness. When we speak about monotheism as oneness, the oneness of God, but I think that there's something in this time that gives us the experience of oneness, and COVID is the frightening side of that experience. We have had our first, as I said earlier, our first genuinely universal experience, and that, I believe, will give us the emotional tools to deal as a planet with the challenges that Asha was speaking about earlier.
Thank you. I think it's a very nice message that actually we are a single organism and we will get out of this together, hopefully, out of this pandemic. Asha, please.
Thank you. I think my point is actually something that Yossi mentioned right at the beginning about, what the pandemic taught us, digitization. There's the panel on fighting the politics of hate. One panelist said that, the proposal is that we can only fight the politics of hate by using the politics of empathy and tolerance. And I really think that that is something that we can take forward. I saw that in play, through social media in this part of the world, especially right when the pandemic was beginning. I mean, social media has been so crucial in this time in a lot of African countries, to the point that, it's now being used to even fight authoritarianism. Just yesterday, Nigerians on Twitter, had a big win. They had this hashtag #EndSARS, and they were basically asking the government to disband this police service, this police unit that was going around, firing at protesters and brutalizing people. And, President Buhari listened to people online. So I do think that there's such a hope. And even as we look at social media as sometimes very menacing, as that panel on the politics of hate mentioned, that it actually addresses people's realities, and we need to look at, using it for good. So for me, it's, that message of politics, of tolerance, of empathy is what I want to take forward from this year's conference.
Thank you very much. I think that was a very nice message, the end. And with this, we will conclude today's conference, Forum 2000. I would like to invite you tomorrow, because the conference continues. We will start again at 2 o'clock Central European Time, and we will talk about Belarus, about Bolivia, about the United States. We will address the issues which are related to Asia, and we will also talk about technology and authoritarian regimes. And we will have Ivan Havel, the brother of Václav Havel, addressing the conference. So you are more than welcome to join us tomorrow, again fully online. And I wish you all the best, and good night to Asia, good evening to Europe and Africa, more or less, and have a good day in the United States and Latin America. So thank you very much, Asha. Thank you very much, Yossi, for being with us, and please join us tomorrow at 2 o'clock CET. Thank you.
Thank you.
Václav Havel, Joesa Saquawa, and Elie Wiesel founded Forum 2000 for a purpose.
We have to use the past to not becoming our children's future.
Thank you very much. I am honored to be here, and I want to thank President Havel for convening another extraordinary gathering of Forum 2000.
So those people, they are peace, not kingdom, more seriously, and we should develop new ideas, and then important is implementation.
Dámy a pánové, vážení přítomní, já vás co nejsrdečněji vítám na konferenci Forum 2000.
The world is upside down. How should we put it back together? Are we able to act responsibly? Can we work together, play by the rules, and restore solidarity? Let's use this crisis as an opportunity. A new world emerging? Watch the online Forum 2000 conference, October 12th to 14th.